Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Now listen, man. I got a whole lot of shit I need to get off my chest. God damn it! Now, what the hell was that? What the hell was that, ladies and gentlemen? Listen, man, this hire don't make no damn sense. They would have been better off going the Mike D'Antoni route. This dude, Steve Clifford, came through like a thief in the night, ladies and gentlemen, on the Charlotte Hornets, ladies and gentlemen, snatched this job from right underneath Mike D'Antoni. What the hell is going on in Charlotte? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to salute my man Ball Facts, ladies and gentlemen, the legend, the GOAT, the Triple B's is in the house. He broke this story for me on Instagram. That's why you need to follow the legends on IG, because that's how I got this news. I didn't get my news from ESPN. I got my news from Ball Facts, ladies and gentlemen. And God damn it, I'm disgusted. Now, this shit don't make no damn sense. This is a retread. This is a rehire. God damn it, I'm activated right now. It's Flight Sports TV. God damn it, yo, there's a whole lot of shit I need to discuss. Salute to the chat. I see everybody rolling up in here already. AMJ, pardon me, Dom Viddy. Shout out my man Dom, one of the day ones. My man Nico. Shout out my guy. We definitely putting people at the altar tonight. Michael Jordan, you got to explain yourself. You must explain yourself. Now, what was this? Wasn't this one of his retreads? Now, tell me this. What the hell is Steve Clifford going to do? What in God's name is Steve Clifford? This is a bullshit hire, man. This is a joke. Man, all of the good, man, I'm about to set flames right now, man. I ain't even get started yet. This Flight Sports TV, I am disgusted. You understand? LaMelo Ball deserves better than this. Steve Clifford cannot handle these dudes. He ain't got the makeup. What did he do in Orlando? Nothing. We hiring some retreads ain't worth nothing. You understand? LaMelo Ball is getting the fuck up out of here, man. I ain't heard that, but I'm just saying, man. This is crazy, man. I wanted somebody better than this, man. You got to get somebody that gel with people like LaMelo Ball that could kind of be on the same wavelength. You understand? Come on, Steve Clifford. Come on, man. We talking about the 101 MB1. You already know what time it is, man. We got a whole lot of shit to discuss. We got my man Zen Master in the building. I'm hogging up the mic. We got Dom Viddy in the building. What's the deal? It's Flight Sports TV. Buckle up. It's about to go down.
What it do, Flight?
I can't call it. Yo, can you please explain this shit?
No, I can't.
Can you give me an explanation for this shit?
I'm going to only shoot one line of bell, and this is the only line of bell I'm going to shoot, Jay, for the whole shit. You don't have a good prospect.
Yo.
So you taking a bridge coach. You taking a short term. This guy's 61 years old. He just came from the losing ass Orlando Magic. What in the world suggests that he's going to be any good?
For the love of God, we got to do better than this. Dom Viddy, what's the deal? Shout out my man. FYF, don't start this. Don't start this. I'm enjoying my Friday. I'm off this weekend. Don't do me like this, FYF. Come on, it's Friday.
This is dirty.
Talking about a great move.
This is dirty.
You gonna have to approach the altar tonight. Anybody talking about this a great move? I need to hear. Tell me what the hell was the great move in Orlando? What about when he was there a couple of years back? What was so great about that? Tell me how this gonna be any different. What's the system? This is a gentleman's sweep, or he gonna miss the playoffs kind of coach. This is the kind of coach they just hired. A gentleman's sweep coach who gets this guy is a joke. You understand? Steve Clifford ain't never did shit. You understand? Why do we hiring ain't never did shit coaches? It's time for something official. I told the people, man. Damn.
I
Don, what's the
see.
deal? I got Nico in the building. Yo, it's active right now.
Flight.
It's yo.
Flight Dex's scenario is starting to look more likely, except
Bro, I can't wait
that
till you explain this shit.
I honestly think it's going to be LaMelo for Russell, and I hate to say it, but
What you mean, LaMelo?
LaMelo is
That's
going
no
to.
way.
If these 19-year-olds are coming into the league with demands and they haven't hit the All-Star yet, this guy is in a position to make demands. And if you're going to do shit like this, I'm out. I'm out. You ain't showing me that you serious at all. So let's make this happen. You can have Russell Westbrook right now, and I can go home and play basketball with LeBron this year.
Yeah, this
and since you like him, Mike, you can have him right now.
For real, that's facts. Yo, Dom, what's the deal, Dom? Shout out Nico too. Look, can you explain this to me, Dom? I need an explanation.
Shout out to you, Flight. Shout out to Zen. Everybody else listening on the panel.
What up?
Et cetera, et cetera. Hey, look, I'm gonna say one thing. I just had to slide in. I've been MIA for a minute, but I had to come in and say, speak on this. What I'm seeing right now, man, I'm ashamed of Charlotte right now, bro. The moves they made in 24 hours.
And that's hard to do.
He said, I'm ashamed.
The moves they made in the past 24 hours, bro, if we was just taking a notebook on how not to run an organization, these motherfuckers would be selling out. I'm just going to leave it at that. We're going to still have to see what happens. But right now, all I can say is I'm ashamed, bro. I've been supporting Charlotte for the last couple of years. I wanted to see something new, but I'm going to let y'all cook on this. I'm going to slide out, but I'm using this as motivation to start my channel again because this is some BS right here, Flight.
That's facts. Appreciate you, Dom. Definitely. When you get ready, man.
Salute, Dom.
Holla at us. Shout out Nico and all the guys in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. Steve Bum-ass Clifford has been hired, by the Charlotte Hornets. You understand? The man who has never done nothing. The only thing I remember Steve Clifford doing was either missing the postseason or going there and getting gentlemen swept up out of there. I didn't see any significance to why he should be coaching LaMelo Ball. We got so many great. I would have even liked Mike Brown over this, man. This was the bottom of the barrel. We literally went for the trash.
For the trash.
And I hate that we're gonna have to sit up here and try to make we're gonna have the same issues that we had with James Borrego. We just assured ourselves the same issues. I think I figured this all out. I figured it out. I got it.
Bro,
I got it.
This guy's coached 637 seasons. He's 45 games under 500.
Right. Listen,
under 500.
That's disgusting. But what I'm going with this is they hired a guy that they could slap around. You understand? This is a guy that you could tell, yo, get your ass in your room, and he gonna tell you when we want an hour later. You understand? Can you go there? This is the kind of coach that's gonna go get the donuts, get the coffee. You understand? This is not the coach that's gonna sit up here and like Mark Jackson and say, get your ass up out the building. I'm holding practice in here. Get up out of here. You understand? This ain't that kind of coach. This coach could be eviscerated by the young talent that's on this roster. You understand? I'm telling you, got some cast of characters out here. You telling me Steve Clifford can handle all this? You got Rozier, Bridges, Melo. Good God. Damn.
Flight,
you understand? I think we putting this guy under the gun.
You absolutely right, Flight. It's on a whole nother level. Do you really think he can manage a Montrezl Harrell? And then, honestly, do you really think?
Oh yeah, he's been over his head.
Do you really think he could put a LaMelo Ball?
Absolutely not.
Consideration, like for real. I'm asking y'all straight up. Do y'all really see that ever happening? Like, what the hell is going on in Charlotte?
I don't know, but I'm about to edit his Wikipedia page. It's crazy. I don't know, man. I think this was just we need a coach, get it done, who's available. This is a Van Gundy associate, basically. I don't get it at all. Did they interview him prior? They must have interviewed him prior.
I'm telling you, this guy just swooped in like a thief in the night. In my humble opinion, I would have much rather liked my man D'Antoni. This was just out of left field. You understand? Nobody's seen this coming.
They must have offered him a bag because
he's annihilated in the media. He's going to get annihilated.
This guy just got Paolo Blanchero last night. They must have gave him a bag to pass on Paolo Blanchero.
Listen, there's absolutely no way that you're going to be able to explain this high and how it's going to justify. How does he fit LaMelo Ball? What is he going to do that was more innovative than James Borrego? Because what kind of I feel like we got the same kind of guy, just a little bit older. You know, this is not an upgrade.
Not at all. Not at all. You have 5 years of him as head coach.
Upgrade the coaching position. They actually ran circles around themselves. You know, and they're going to end up in the same shit. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, y'all going to have the same problems I have with LaMelo Ball as I have before. I think that minutes and all this jerking him in and out the lineup, now I'm starting to think it's coming from Jordan and Cup checking them. And I think they got a guy in here, and that's because D'Antoni was going to let him run wild. You understand? I think we knew that, and everybody knew that. But this situation with Clifford, I think Jordan going to still have his thumb on the situation. Now, you know, let's see what happens. I'm hoping for the best. I'm hoping. But I'm just a little bit upset. I wanted to see LaMelo Ball get an upgrade at the coaching position. Let me just be all the way real and take a little emotion out the situation. I just wanted this was not the move. You understand? Just in all seriousness, you know, LaMelo Ball, this coach is not. This wasn't it. You know, I would have liked, okay, if you're going to move on from D'Antoni, why don't you get a younger coach? You understand? Why are you getting the people that's way up there? You understand? That's no disrespect to my people that's in the 60s and 70s. Shout out to y'all that's rocking with Flight Sports. But I'm just saying you got young people out here. You understand? I mean, this is crazy. Clifford? Nah, this is not that. He wasn't the right guy for this job, man. This guy, he's gonna get fired, let go, and you know, I hate to see the future, but it's not looking good. And what they're gonna do with the lineup, man? This is crazy. This made no sense.
You should have your shit.
How could you do
You really should have your shit together before you fire your head coach.
I want to see LaMelo a post about him or something like that. I want to see if LaMelo put a post out about him or something.
I bet he don't say shit.
So what you saying?
I bet he don't say a word.
What you said, Nico?
So what you're saying is they got a bunch of back in my day coaches.
Listen, I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm saying that they got this was a gentleman's sweep coach. Like this is the same kind of coach with Borrego. Okay, cool. They got a coach that's gonna actually get you to the playoffs and get gentlemen swept up out of there. Okay, Borrego couldn't get you he got you to the play-in, right? Clifford will get you to the 8th seed and you'll be up out of there in 5 games max. That's the coach that they just hired.
He is trash though. If I gotta keep it real, I do remember him and seeing him, and he's not somebody that can get you over the hump. And I'm just starting to think this is another iteration of the New York Knicks.
No, see, why are we talking about the Knicks?
I mean, it's just a franchise destined to be trash forever.
Listen, Jordan, I'm being keeping 100. I love Michael Jordan was the greatest player. He gonna have to do a little bit more in this seat. You know, because this one hurts. You understand? This one truly hurts right here. You know, for them to lose, this is wild, man. You know, you could have been better than this, man. You could have got Sam Cassell. Anybody was better than Clifford. You know, and nobody's seen Clifford coming. He wasn't on nobody's radar. So I don't want to hear nobody sit up here and say I was talking about Steve. Nobody heard nothing about Steve Clifford. Hey. You know, nobody. This came out of left field. Am I correct?
It did. Time out real quick. I got a point to make to all of y'all real quick. If you really look at the situation, like real talk, at every single level of this organization is trash, except for the point guard position. I'm talking about all the way starting from the top, all the way from ownership down to motherfucking coaching to the GM. Every single position that you could look at in this organization outside of LaMelo Ball is trash. It's trash. The trajectory is not good. Like they keep making these moves, so I hate to break it to the chat to everybody, but like they just gonna keep on disappointing us, bro. We keep getting our hopes up, thinking they're gonna make the obvious choice. They had the chance to put on D'Antoni. They had the chance to put on a young, up and coming coach. They had the chance to grab Mark Jackson. The coach they did hire, we didn't even like him. He left. He dipped. They made terrible draft decisions. They benching rookies. They had Melo coming off the bench for half the year. I mean, if we look at
that was just scandalous.
The past 3 years, bro. I mean, it's just been terrible decision after terrible decision. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think I believe in them at all no more. The only person I believe in this organization, the only 2 people I believe in for real right now, real talk, is Miles Bridges and LaMelo Ball. But everything else,
and Miles Bridges, he's a restricted free agent,
and he might leave. So I'm looking at the situation like,
you never know.
We got to stop putting our hopes up and just look at it for what it is. That Melo's gone at the end of this contract. and that whoever gets him is gonna go ahead and blossom. We're gonna end up seeing him shine in that role. But for right now, come on, man, let's just keep it real. Like this is terrible from top to bottom. We can't keep giving him passes, bruh.
7 years is too long to
move.
suffer. 7 years is too long to suffer. He needs to get out of there. Get out of there now.
I mean, it's no way to explain what just transpired. Shout out to everybody that's rolling in here. We got breaking news in the NBA, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Bumass Clifford has been hired by the Charlotte Hornets, man. This is crazy. I want to say a different team. I just hate to say that LaMelo Ball's new coach is 60-something-year-old Steve Clifford. You understand? I got this news broken to me, not by ESPN. I got this news broken by Ball Facts on Instagram. So everybody need to go follow IG on Ball Facts, so to get your information and your news related to the Ball family. It's Flight Sports TV. Let me tell y'all something right now. This is disgusting. I'm about ready to throw up. Shout out Eric Bell, big bum ass Cliff. Yeah, it's about they hired a coach that's gonna get them to the 8th seed, and it will be either a sweep or a gentleman's sweep. Okay, Borrego couldn't get you there. He can get you there, but then you ain't doing nothing when you get there. I want to see the roster. Cup check. What you gonna do, man? What you gonna do? What you gonna do, man?
Flight.
What?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes. Do you have? I need some answers.
Hey, Flight. I know last night we was upset that the Knicks was horrible and trading all their draft picks away and everything else. Right, Flight?
Man, you upset. You was upset. I'm disgusted. You upset.
Right,
I'm disgusted.
Right. But after seeing this might be the worst owner and the worst franchise. The Hornets is making us, what we did last night, look like a veteran move. I still
give it to Dolan.
I shit you not. And let's be honest, Clifford is a horrible head coach. He doesn't even have a 500 record. So the fact that you hired him, you know what I'm saying, knowing that he wasn't going to do nothing, trash.
Marquez, 650 games. How many seasons is that? 6? 8?
650 games. That is like 9, 10, 8, like 7, 8 seasons.
That's 8 seasons. No, about 7 seasons. Let's call it 7 seasons. Losing record.
All right. That's atrocious. Hey, at this point, Hornets fans, Michael Jordan, just trade LaMelo away. You don't want LaMelo here because you're jealous of him. And if it's not showing now, it's definitely showing it. You're jealous of LaMelo eating off the Puma bread. That's what the problem is. I bet you, Zed.
I don't know about jealous. Michael Jordan has very little to be jealous of against anybody.
You keep telling me he's not jealous, but he keeps making these crazy moves.
Jealous of what? He may just be a bad executive, but jealousy don't add up.
Disgusting. Steve Bumass Clifford is the new head coach of the Charlotte Hornets.
Oh, Eric Bell, it is not fake. He definitely smokes blunts. The whole team got caught smoking before a playoff game. They're a little wild, undisciplined, and young, and that's all. But I don't think I think this hire is like he's trying to hire babysitters instead of a coach, and I don't like it.
Slacks. What are you talking about? LaMelo was an all-star last year. If you're talking about all NBA, then maybe he won't have the roster to be all NBA. But come on, man, it's like y'all can say that. Look, you can say that Michael Jordan is not jealous, right? No. But come on, man, it's clear. It's like he's clearly trying to throw somebody's career away, for real.
I think that's a lot of hyperbole, and I think you got to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's a bad executive, but his intentions are bad. To say Michael Jordan's intentions are bad when he hires his brother to play on the Hornets, him and LeVar haven't had any issues that I know of. It's just say he's a bad executive, but to sit here and cast aspersions on him and make him some evil-ish character is just ridiculous. He's never shown you that.
He's right on the money though. Like we got to keep it real.
But come on, man, Zen, we got to keep it a buck. Michael Jordan has an ego problem since he was a basketball player.
What in the world would he be jealous of, dog? What would he be jealous? He's the greatest who ever laced him up. He's worth $2.5 billion. Everybody loves him. What does he have to be jealous of?
Zen, I'm not talking about the jealousy. I'm talking about Michael Jordan's ego. Let me rephrase it. His ego is holding LaMelo Ball back.
Okay, would his ego say
he's holding LaMelo Ball back?
Do you think his
How
ego would
does
be
ego
served?
pick this coach?
Do you think that his ego would be served by having the next Golden State Warriors as the Hornets? I think his ego would be best served by the success of the Hornets, not by the failure.
What'd you say, Flight?
I said that. What was the logic in him picking this coach? You know, this is crazy.
Ego.
This just reeks of Jordan. It seems like a guy that he gonna be able to slap around. He gonna go get the water. He gonna get the bags. Like I stated before, he get the donuts. You know, I think this is the kind of coach that they hired.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
I want somebody to tell me how he helps the offense. What does he do that's more innovative than Borrego? Or say that he can get them to the AC?
Yeah,
that's the only thing I'm saying that Clifford could do for the Charlotte Hornets is get them to the playoffs.
So we don't.
I don't disagree with ego.
In the AFC, and to be honest with you, is this new playing situation. I don't think he went through the playing scenario. I think he was making the playoffs with the regular situation. So we're gonna see about what this kid is all about, what this guy's all about.
I agree with it being an ego thing.
It's definitely an ego thing.
Wait a second, ladies and gentlemen. We got all access in the building. I know everybody's waiting on what the hell he's got to say. Are you as disgusted as I am?
Salute, Dex.
Salute, Dex.
Dex, are you as disgusted as I am?
No, because the hegemony of 70, known as the Los Angeles. Oh, hey, Dex. My bad. You muted, bro.
He good. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. We got breaking news in the NBA, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out Omaha. We got Steve Clifford is the new head coach of the Charlotte Hornets. LaMelo Ball has a new head coach, his second coach in 3 years. You know, going on his third year. This is not a good start. Let's hope that there's some stability here. All access. What's the deal?
Yes, sir. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the people's champ, the voice of the voiceless, the hottest shit in these streets. Flight, this is so surprising, my brother.
This came out of left field.
Into the chat. Listen, I've been trying to keep my ears to the Charlotte streets. Unfortunately, I lost connection to the Charlotte Hornets beat, so I didn't even have the pulse rate of this hire of Steve Clifford. Like really? I mean, you're gonna go down that rabbit hole? So, like I say, man, I can't say this enough, nor could I reiterate this enough, Flight. I believe the NBA has a thumbprint on the Charlotte Hornets. This is unbelievable that some of the coaches that's out there and that's available, that he comes up with this relic.
Lame.
A former relic too. You know, he was over there before. This is a retread. He must.
Lame.
They forgot why they fired him the first time.
And this is why I say Michael Jordan cannot be in control of this. It's just no way. Because as a player, listen to this now. As a player, he fought hard to keep Phil Jackson on board. You know what I'm saying? He was basically telling Chicago to give Phil whatever he wanted to make sure he stay on board and they keep this thing together. And then they finally said, no, this is it. And that's why you get the last dance. You know what I'm saying? So how all of a sudden you an owner, you a shot caller. This is your baby. The Charlotte Hornets is your nest. And you cannot get this right. You can't get the leader, a king Hornet to lead the young Hornets to stinging up the NBA instead of stinking up the NBA. This is something wrong.
That's where I think ego comes into play.
Stinging the NBA, not stinking up the
Don't
NBA.
you think that's ego, Dex? I got to control everything. Therefore, I got to have a coach I can control too.
But if it was ego, Steve Clifford couldn't be his coach because I know that's not his alter ego. It can't be.
What I'm saying is if I'm Michael and I know I can control Steve Clifford and therefore I'm sort of the coach, doesn't that lend towards my ego wanting to have control of everything?
Listen,
whereas you hire a guy like Mark Jackson, you know you're not going to be able to control Mark Jackson.
No,
I can't say that. I can't say that. You don't know because listen, a lot of these African American coaches look up to Michael Jordan as an icon, and I don't believe they will come to his organization screwing anything up. I just don't see it. Not in this day, age, and time when people are supposed to be woke, and you have protests and all kind of different political events that's going on in the world. I don't believe no African American coach who has a charismatic or a creative bone in his body will go and screw up something that the only African American. See, this is history. Michael Jordan is history now. He's living history. He's the only African American that owns a franchise, especially majority owner of a franchise. So I don't believe nobody's going to come in there and mess that up. Not no black person.
For now, yes. For now, yes.
Yeah, this seems crazy to me, man. A comfortable hire. Don't I feel like this is a guy to go get the donuts and the coffee and the water?
Like this is the type of.
Hold on
a second. I just don't believe that this is Michael Jordan's fingerprint. I don't think this is his fingerprint. No. I just believe they want to keep a narrative up that Michael Jordan is so impotent and inept when it comes to executive decisions. That's the same thing that Fred Campanis said when he was a general manager of the Dodgers. Blacks could not manage properly. They didn't have the capacity to lead and to structure an organization. I just believe this is part of a ghost narrative that stimulates from African Americans just cannot get it right in these upper echelons of business and finance.
It's because he's black.
That's right, man. Dex, you made a lot of great claims, man. This makes no sense. Shout out to everybody, man. We got breaking news in the NBA. The Charlotte Hornets have hired Steve Clifford. Steve Clifford has came through like a thief in the night out of nowhere and has got this job. This is ridiculous.
Mike D'Antoni must have told him to go fuck themselves.
You know what? That's possible.
I ain't your side dish.
But why would he even go to Charlotte? Why would he come to Charlotte and hang out and give Michael the opportunity? Why would he do that? Because D'Antoni have enough flair because he's an orchestrator and an architect of an offense that was very successful in the NBA and had stemmed 2 MVPs from that schematic offense that he ingeniously created for the NBA, right? Why would he even give Michael Jordan an ear if he's going to just tell him to screw off?
I don't think we're dealing with the elephant in the room.
What's the elephant in the room?
Michael Jordan's an asshole.
That has nothing to do with
maybe what I'm getting at is maybe a whole lot of people don't want to go work for Michael Jordan. Just maybe. Maybe that's the problem. Nobody wants to work for him.
Over this dude.
Because he's a well-known asshole.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Michael, here in Beaverton, Hillsboro, Oregon, near Nike World Headquarters, he's a well-known asshole. Trust me. Everybody around here has stories.
But that has nothing to do with his money marketing skills. Because
if you are not an affable person, why would I want to come work for you in Charlotte with that shitty franchise if I know you're a bully?
But Michael, listen, hold on. Michael's not the only a-hole that's in the league now that's an owner.
No, but he's Michael Jordan.
People line up to get these NBA jobs. Don't forget that. They line up to get these NBA jobs because it's wealth, it's comfortability, it's control, it's leadership, and it's dominance. So these are things that especially male-oriented human beings love to be able to have a grasp on. So if an NBA job comes open, no matter who's the owner,
how you gonna rehire the Magic's head coach?
Applications are coming by the droves.
You doubled down on shittiness. You rehired the Orlando Magic's head coach. That's triple down shitty.
But then what I'm saying is that maybe Michael Jordan don't have as much say so in the power of hiring and firing and everyday activities of the Charlotte Hornets. It's just unbelievable that here I'm a boss, right?
That doesn't stand the reason. That doesn't stand the reason. What stands the reason is people may not like his personality, may not want to work with him, and therefore they avoid him. That stands to reason.
I can't believe that. I can't believe that.
The fact that Michael Jordan, who is worth $2.5 billion, has a fucking puppet master, that's ridiculous.
Wow.
But see, I can't believe that narratives, and I just think that's a narrative they want to parade amongst us that we just can't get it right, no matter how much help we get or assistance we get. Listen, the NBA have to have something to do with the Charlotte Hornet organization. I'm just come to believe that because I believe that one time.
He owns 99% of the holdings in the franchise. He owns it.
I believe that at one time, right? That,
did he not earn enough?
Owner.
Did he not earn enough throughout his career to purchase an NBA franchise? You discrediting his ownership is racism.
No, I'm not saying it's totally racism. I'm saying, listen, I'm saying it's financial-ism. Well, I mean, bro, you can belittle it all you want, but I'm saying it's financial-ism. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
he's not pulling the strings in the organization that he owns. Come on, man. Come on, man.
If it was racism, Michael Jordan would be an owner.
Y'all want to make him the bad guy. Make him the bad guy. He's not a bad guy. He's a bad owner. But you want to assassinate his character.
Listen, how could you be a bad owner when you is a great player? It just don't mix.
How come most great players can't be good coaches? They don't understand. Listen, when you're exceptional, like I'll give you an example.
That has nothing to do with finance.
Let me give you a perfect example, Dex. I have no idea what other people know about computers because I'm so fucking far gone from where other people are. I don't know. I have no idea what other people know about computers. So I'm always befuddled by when I see people who don't know how to do little shit or something that I take for granted. That's Michael Jordan. He's like, fuck, y'all can't jump through the air and fucking turn sideways and stick your what's wrong with you?
No,
that's Magic Johnson.
I don't accept that narrative.
Superstars never make good coaches. They never make good leaders in these positions because they have exceptional qualities.
Ben, don't overtalk me. Let me get a little bit of this. I just believe that Michael Jordan has that extreme competitiveness, but it doesn't have anything to do with having common sense. So if Michael Jordan is extremely competitive, he still brings in common sense. You guys make it seem like he's so extremely competitive that he's absent of common sense. I do not believe that. I do not go for that because a lot of his players who have played with Michael appreciate his ownership in such a way where they can play one-on-one with him. They can sit down and have conversations with him and things of that nature. But somehow, some way, that get lost in the sauce when it comes to executive decisions.
Dex, let me ask you a question. Have you ever accused Dex, have you ever accused Donald Sterling of being a puppet?
Oh man, we should
have you ever accused James Dolan of being a puppet? So why are you accusing this black man of being a puppet?
I'm saying that remember that franchise was basically handed to him.
You being racist against your own.
It was just like a straight transfer from one black owner.
You ain't questioning no white man's wealth or ownership, but you're gonna question Jordan's. They can make all the bad decisions in the world, but you ain't gonna question them.
Do you really want to talk, or you want to debate? Which one?
I want to debate. I want to debate.
Well,
you want to debate?
Yeah,
well, then you're the wrong shit.
Shout out to K&T, baby.
Yeah, well, we got to do it
in the building.
With K&T, we got breaking news in the NBA. Steve Clifford has been hired as LaMelo Ball's new coach. Man, why they not surprised, man? What the hell is going on?
Okay, once you've seen they was willing to get Kenny Atkinson, another no-name coach was definitely coming. So I don't know why y'all surprised. Same thing with Kenny Atkinson. What's the coach name again?
Steve Clifford.
Steve Clifford.
Who?
I had to think about that. Exactly.
Yo,
the Orlando Magic's head coach.
Like, I don't know why y'all surprised. I don't know why y'all surprised they got a whole nother no-name coach. When it comes to bad decisions and Michael Jordan, they go hand in hand. You know what I'm saying? Whoever you thought was a good choice, X them out. It's a bad organization. So the worst person that you think it won't be him is probably him. Who the hell is Steve Clifford?
Exactly.
Like, be honest. Like I'm Googling right now. Hold on.
Former Hornets coach and the former Orlando Magic coach.
Who got pretty much he coached two teams that never even went to the finals.
Right.
Never even won a championship before.
This is a throwaway.
But listen, K&T, let me ask you this, K&T.
What?
This you on the level that you are right now, right? Just the level that you are right now. Then all of a sudden you get springboard to become a partnership of an NBA franchise. Now, and within your partnership, you have negotiated that you have say so over who coaches and who becomes general manager, right?
Right.
Now, you're not even a 100% owner. You're just a partner. Would
Michael
you
Jordan
do
is
this?
99% owner of the Hornets. What are you talking about, Dex?
Why are you interceding?
Because you're wrong. Because you're misstating the facts.
Yeah, that's not. I wouldn't say it like that. You started off good, but that one part about him being not an owner, that's what I agree with that. Go ahead, but continue.
No, I never said he wasn't an owner. I'm saying that
I know what you're
99% of the Hornets.
Then I'm gonna explain it to you.
Yeah, his day-to-day activities seem to be really shallow. But okay, go back to you, KNT. Go back to you. Okay, that's cool.
I'm gonna explain what Dex is saying. Y'all both. What you're trying to say, you're putting too much on him not being an owner. What you're trying to say is he's a puppet owner. There is puppet owners in the league. Because as much as y'all want to act like this is not politics, it is. And it has to align with certain things. So you got to make certain moves so certain things can be done. Like, for example, they just picked up another bridge coach.
So, KNT, you're going to tell me that Adam Silver is running Michael Jordan? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I just think it's a group decision. They're all at the table. And what's best for the NBA is whatever they choose.
Well, they definitely do stuff like that. But that would apply to everyone across the board, not Michael Jordan.
There's a lot of puppet owners. I'm not just talking about him.
That would make them all puppet owners to a degree. If they're all doing things by consensus.
But I wouldn't even say puppets because they all got to say so, but the majority wins. But the majority.
Right. So that's not puppetry. That's a council.
That's a council. Exactly. So, but the thing is, listen, you can tell the council don't really give him the choices.
They can fuck with you. But that goes back to my point about you being an asshole. If you're the asshole of the crew, that's what's going to happen to you.
Exactly. And just look at it. Before LaMelo Ball, name another superstar they had.
Larry Johnson.
That's how
Alonzo Mourning.
Exactly. The 90s. It's 2022 right now.
Alonzo Mourning wasn't a superstar. He was a star. Larry Johnson was a superstar.
Alonzo Mourning was a superstar.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't universally accepted like Larry Johnson. That's when you become superstar and you become universally accepted.
OG Marvin.
You guys do know that Steve Clifford coached the Charlotte Hornets in 2013 and 14.
Yes.
Yeah, he don't really. Yeah, he got low at that time. 21-10 was all right. 22. Yo, he
21-10.
21-10 at that time. 21-10, 22-10, 20-11, 19-10, 20-11, 23 and 10.5, 21.
Are those wins?
No, these are his stats. 21 points, 10 rebounds.
But KNT, you didn't answer my question, my brother.
Well, wins? Nah, they on the Hornets. So you don't like that goes back to what me and No Panic was talking about. They put too much superstardom on wins because you can play on a team like that and still be him. Like look at LaMelo. But LaMelo's not at his superstar status yet, but he's a budding superstar. Right?
They should have just kept Borrego.
Nah. Because
nothing's changing.
I'm gonna tell you why, and then I'm gonna pass it to Dex. Right? Why I think he had to go immediately. Okay, in this league, you have to cater to the players and give them what they want, or they're going to leave. Fact. Right? So you got a coach that nobody likes. James Bouknight snapped on him. He cutting LaMelo minutes. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, and all of that. So
about that part.
So if he stays there for the whole 4 years, what is LaMelo going to do? He's out of there. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. They're a small market team. You see what I'm saying? Well, not my small market. Charlotte's a big market, but they're
well, you said they're a big market.
No, they're a small market. They're small
market, but Charlotte's a real big financial market. Real big, like one of the biggest. Charlotte.
They are.
Yeah, Charlotte's one of the biggest.
You're talking about as a city, not as an organization.
Financial market, but that's what I was saying. I don't want to say small.
You know, Charlotte is a hell of a city.
I don't want to say. That's what I said. I want
the city of Charlotte.
But in the case of basketball, they're a small market team, right? So,
right. Yeah. The city is a financial hub. The city is a financial hub.
But they're like one of the top 5 financial cities in the country.
Yes.
But on basketball, they're a small market. So with that being said, y'all not going to get too many superstars, and y'all not winning championships. So if a superstar want to win a championship, they're leaving. You see what I'm saying? So you got to do way more to keep them there while losing. Right? But the thing is, LaMelo got that Lonzo in him. They don't even care about stats if they didn't win. So I don't think they gonna be there because they know.
Okay.
I don't see a championship in Hornets' future. Is what I'm saying. That's what Melo.
Okay, now let me ask you this question, KNT. Let's go back to MJ and his aptitude, not his attitude, his aptitude. If you was a partner and you was probably 38%, not even 51%, but just 38%, and they say you will have a say-so or a veto vote, or even if you're not present, you're strong enough to have a proxy vote on the hiring and firing of coaches and GMs and presidents of basketball operations.
No, I wouldn't say that with him. I just think it's more like when it comes to the big moves, he's the last man on the quote-unquote owner. You know what I'm saying? And then number two, but to go against what you were saying the first time, like he micromanages everybody, so he got his hands involved in it. You see what I'm saying? So I can't really say he's being controlled when it comes to the day-to-day. No, he's being controlled when it comes to winning, like getting superstars and getting big players and going to the championship and the politics and all that type of stuff. Nah, the council always wins when it comes to that type of stuff. The owners.
Now, do you realize that the NBA is not a revenue sharing entity? Everybody makes their own money.
It's not about. It don't matter if they all make their own money. They're all sitting down.
Whereas the NFL is a revenue sharing.
Yeah, I know they're sharing.
So you don't think his power moves?
But you gotta remember, they're all under one tree.
So K&T, you don't think his power moves should allow him to gain financially? And the moves that he's making so far seem like he's trying to go in debt.
I just think he will be more financially if he doesn't. Only good micromanaging is only good when you're great at what you do. Like if somebody's doing, but okay, I don't like what he's doing. I'm gonna micromanage it and then do it. You know what I mean, the right way. But when you're coming down and not letting the coach do his job and GMs do their job and you suck at it, it's a whole nother ball game.
Mm-hmm.
And they suck at it because because the thing is, we just complained about who's this coach. 2 weeks later, we're here having the same conversation. Okay,
you can't make this shit up.
Yo, I don't know why y'all surprised. But listen, right? Okay, we all set on here. We got to get rid of Cody Zeller and get a legit big man. But we're right back here again with Mason Bumley.
Yeah, you sent me Cody Zeller. Thanks.
Oh, okay. So a team that would trade for Cody Zeller is definitely not championship ready.
Hey. We on our way. I don't want to digress though.
That's real. Like if he can actually get in the game on your team, y'all not going nowhere.
I don't think he's going to. I think we're going to have something special coming.
To the AFC and they'll be done in 4 or 5 years.
I just think, why are you trying to get to the AFC with a superstar?
That's what I'm saying. This coach ain't never have a track record or history of getting in the thick of things in the postseason.
They don't know what to do.
What track record is success? I'm trying to figure out where was Borrego with this. You could have kept Borrego for this.
Been to the finals. So why would you
just change up Borrego's staff? If you want to go with Clifford, just fire his staff. They could have kept Borrego and fired the whole entire assistant coaches and brought in your own people.
Listen, they never went to the finals, so why would I stay if I have a dream of going to the finals? Think about that.
If K&T, we need to start. If I was a LaMelo, I would try to force my way out of Charlotte. After next year, I'm gone. I'm not dealing with this.
Don, KJB, you're right. It's not a total revenue sharing. You're right on that. It is a form of revenue sharing, but not total. Whereas the NFL is a total revenue sharing. Okay. The NBA have to make up 70% of their own money before they even qualify to receive any type of revenue sharing of the NBA. So yes, it's some revenue sharing, but it's not total.
But at the end of the day, like, okay, that's like there might not be revenue sharing, right? Let's just say Flight Sports TV is not a revenue sharing platform. But if somebody needed an entertainment interview, he can send it back to me. If somebody needed some Ball family content, I can send it back to y'all. If he needs somebody needs some clothes, I can send him to how you say it? greedygorilla.com or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Give shout out to K&T.
You see what I'm saying? Like it's Zen, he do whatever he do, send it back his way. That's still what they're doing. Because at the end of the day, there's 30 emblem logos, but they all got the same NBA logo on the right.
Right. That's the difference between an association and a league.
Exactly. So when everybody's at the table, all the owners, all the time.
So are you saying K&T?
And they call them board of governors. They don't call them owners anymore.
So good. Are you saying?
About the first board. Why do you think they're the board? Because they're already at the table, so they're pretty much they made a name for the table they be sitting at all the time, pretty much.
Are you saying that Michael Jordan and the other board of governors sat at the table and said, "Michael Jordan, this is the coach that we want you to have"? Is that what you expect me to believe?
No, I didn't say that. That's part of the day to day. He don't have the.
I believe they told him they don't want Mark Jackson. I believe that.
No, okay, they're probably like that goes back to the powers that be because there's the politics. He did certain things that they don't want him involved in certain things. You see what I'm saying? But when the day to day is like hiring the coaches, picking up the players, they're more involved in the big aspect of things like the politics. Like certain people can't be doing this because they affected because certain demographics don't like them, or you see what I'm saying?
So what you're saying, K&T, is because certain coaches, what?
No, I just
so you're saying what other players have done in the past?
I'm just saying.
This
is what
Go
I'm
ahead,
saying.
K&T.
I'm just saying, Michael Jordan's just micromanaging and doing a bad job at the job he's micromanaging.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
and I disagree. I disagree with that.
You know what? Y'all still trying to pump fake around the point. Let's just tell the truth. Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time.
Yep.
He's the worst owner of all time, but let's be real. He's an egotistical superstar who has the worst owner management skills. Yep. And when you're an egotistical superstar, you're gonna lead with your ego and not lead with the decisions that can help your team.
Exactly.
Why are you picking a guy, a Steve Clifford, who has no literally winning record? None. What was the point? You could have kept Jason Borrego around.
Marquez, check this out now. If that was the case, listen, Marquez, this is why I disagree with that narrative. I think that's old media narrative on Michael Jordan just to keep his
that's a fact.
No,
that's a fact, bro. And I'm gonna tell you what.
That's a fact. Hold on, guys. You guys got plenty opportunity to rebuttal or deconstruct anything that I'm saying. Now, if that was the case, Michael Jordan knows a plethora of NBA players that are still cool with him. He could have did the Steve Nash route, hired a NBA player who have no coaching experience, and still might be better off than some of the coaches that he have chosen in the last 4 years. Why he hasn't done that? If he was such a bad decision maker.
Listen, we watching the bad decisions is what I'm gonna be saying.
Wait, you know what? All right, I got a K&T. I got a K&T. You know what, Dex? That's a great question. And you know what, Dex? I can't answer that question. But I have a question that I know for a fact that we can all answer. Michael Jordan is the owner, is he not? Doesn't Michael Jordan have a say of what coach he wants to win?
Yeah, that's facts.
Michael Jordan is the most competitive athlete of all time. And you're telling me with all these coaches that he's picked, he's not picking from the thing? He's not picking the best coaches? Clearly he's not.
He's really not. Never heard
He's not. We can scrap on James Dolan.
Marquez. I love the way you put that. And that's what's mind-boggling, Marquez, because even if he's such a bad, like you say, a decision maker, executive decision maker, then what is it not reaching back to one of his 75 great NBA of all time players and reach into that talent pool and pull somebody out and say, hey man, Coach Petit, man, I'll give you a couple of years of coaching. We'll see what you do.
But listen, we'll rather him
Right,
do that
but
because
Dex,
it's a name that it's
Dex,
a
that's not
name
the
at
problem
least.
here, Dex. The
At least
problem
have a
is he
name.
has too much of an ego. He's not going to do that because
How
clearly he
you gonna have
didn't.
ego with your own friends? These are your friends. These are your drinking buddies. They come over to your house. You guys go party. You
The
guys play
same
golf
reason,
together.
Dex. The same reason why he hates Isaiah Thomas after all these years. Because he's a petty,
That's one
egotistical
person.
superstar.
Hold on, see, there we go now. You're bringing in an old media narrative. That's one person. Isaiah Thomas is
It's a
one
fact.
person. There's plenty of players that call Mike on a weekly basis just to chop it up on basketball takes. You know what I'm saying? What about what Mark Cuban did? Hold on one second. What about what Mark Cuban did with Rick Carlisle? Wasn't their golf buddies? Wasn't Don Nelson Jr. his golf buddy?
What coach
He
did you
became
guys
who?
want?
Who did
Somebody
Don
call
Nelson
out there.
became? He became the GM. Who did Rick Carlisle became? He became the head coach.
Call out a name of a
Right.
coach that you guys
Right, do
want.
your homework. Do your homework.
Give me a coach's name
No,
that you
but
guys
I
want.
already know what he's saying though.
What he say?
I know all this information, but that's still not answering the question. If Michael, you're actually helping my point, Dex, because Michael Jordan has friends on the All 75 team that NBA experience. You could have put one of your friends with some NBA experience to come help you coach. You didn't even do that. You picked the guy whose record is over 500. It's less than 500.
Marquez, what coach
Jordan don't
did
want to
you
win,
want?
bro.
Tell me the coaches
Jordan wanna
you
win.
guys want since y'all riding this cat. Who y'all want?
I mean, let's be honest. I would rather have Tony in this situation.
Tell me who you want. I still ain't heard no names.
D'Antoni, Mark Jackson. Those were the two I would think.
Anything was better than this. Nobody even. He was on nobody's radar.
He was better than
I can't wait to
Steve
hear somebody
Clifford.
say FYF said he liked this high. He the only one would say something like that. You missed FYF. He rolled in here. Well, he didn't get on the panel, but he said
I
that.
said 2 weeks ago, though, Flight. I said
Wait.
He put him on his out too.
Give Scott a chance to run through. He gonna celebrate it too.
Wow. Shout out Kibo. He said Steve Clifford.
Shout out to Kibo. Yes, Kibo, I agree. I don't know why Michael Jordan is kicking the tires of these retread, regurgitated losers. It's unreal. Why not take a shot on a coach that never coached before then? Why you keep bringing up these regurgitated losers? It's unbelievable to me, and I just can't attribute a mind like Michael Jordan, who is a basketball god. He's past phenom. He's a basketball god. Why he cannot make an executive decision for the betterment of his team by giving them some fresh blood and not kicking the tires of these retread, regurgitated old relics of the past who has yet to win anything. Take a chance on somebody new. Take a chance on somebody with little coaching experience and then hire a decent coaching staff to assist with him. I don't understand this.
Yo, Dex, remember what I said earlier? He's a bad. This is a bad organization. So anything logical is not what's going to happen. Remember that. That's your first sign. Like you see Mark Jackson, Mike D'Antoni. Let's just say a big coach name, and then the actual hire come up. It's Steve Clifford.
And listen to this, KNT. You got Don KGB saying Steve Clifford wasn't even off radar or on the radar.
They should have got Frank Vogel.
Frank Vogel, see what I'm saying? All these names.
Or Terry Stotts. For crying out loud, Terry Stotts.
Which one is Terry Stotts?
The former Blazers head coach, Dame loved him.
Oh, yeah.
Offensive minded like a motherfucker.
But that's the thing, though. At least get somebody that people going to be, okay,
makes
at least
sense.
we got somebody. At least we got somebody. Yeah, I'm saying somebody. We got D'Antoni, Mark Jackson, somebody. You know what I mean? He a brother with all these, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to say Europeans, but where the black coaches at?
We got
That's what
Chauncey
I'm saying.
Billups.
If that's the problem.
We got Chauncey Billups in this bitch.
That's what I'm saying. But then again, great players, track records as coaches been cool.
Right, but Chauncey's a different. I think Chauncey's the guy. And look at Jason Kidd. So that might be changing. That might be turning the corner.
But Jason Kidd had experience though. Jason Kidd had experience. Yeah, Chauncey, no experience. Willie Green, no experience. Monty had experience before.
Phil Jackson wasn't the most experienced guy in the world either.
Steve Nash, no experience.
Phil Jackson wasn't experienced either, Dex.
M.A. Udoka, no experience.
Phil was coaching at a junior college.
Yo, people still
Phil Jackson,
like they ain't get dominated in the playoffs.
But what I'm saying is that history is best qualified to reward our research. So, Mike, if you keep picking these coaches and you're not even getting past the second round, why not make that executive decision to bring in somebody that thinks different than these other retread thinks? Because these retreads are maxed out already. These guys are already maxed out.
Dex, how about go work a little harder and find some fucking body?
That's what I'm saying, Zen. I agree.
Go find a diamond in the rough somewhere. What's this bullshit?
I agree. Willie Green, right? M.A. Udoka. You telling me you can't trend off that? That's a perfect example of new fresh blood coming to the NBA and making these teams excel and even achieve more than previously.
How about a European coach? Somebody from Lithuania.
It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, but they're pumping an NBA talent into the league, so maybe it's time to go get their coaches.
Yo.
That's all I'm saying.
That's real.
Australia, New Zealand. It's time to search the world.
I'm telling you, but at the end of the day, why am I Googling a head coach for the NBA?
Because you're trying to figure out who the hell's out there.
Is Harvey still here?
No, I'm still trying to figure out. I'm Googling Steve.
Nico's here. Nico ain't saying nothing.
Where Nico at?
Nico was good.
Nico was cracking, baby.
He spoke before.
My boy Nico.
He's here.
I'm here. My fault. I'm eating.
Yeah, I'm the advocate for Nico and Dex because I learned it from like from being in an entertainment game, right? You learn how to understand people. Like some people are saying that they're not really saying what they want to say, and it makes them. And when they're saying it that way, it's incorrect. You know what I'm saying? Like Nico, instead of saying, but like, okay, Steph Curry's all right, but this dude is the truth. You know what I'm saying? But he'll be like, yo, Steph Curry ass. Then he'd be like, hold on, you're acting crazy. You see what I'm saying? But that's not really what he said. He's not all that, but boy is the truth. That's what he's really saying.
KT, what do you think about this guy dipping out on Paolo Banchero to come coach Melo? You think it's a come up for him? Something maybe he looked at it that way?
Of course, you're all over the TV. Paolo Banchero is not the face of basketball.
Right.
You gotta remember,
so why wasn't this a more attractive job to more coaches?
Because they're not looking at it on the business end. But no, they're not winning championships. You're getting paid to lose.
No,
and if it goes bad, you're gonna get blamed.
You think it's some question marks in how serious is the front office and getting the right?
They're not championship. They're not focused on championships. Like, come on, bro. If you was focused on championship, we wouldn't even see this guy on your screen right now.
But that's the more reason why they should go get some fresh blood. Stop kicking the old retread tires.
Anybody, I think this is what happened. I think they wanted Kenny Atkinson because he was focused on defense. That's what I learned a lot from him on the panel when we got to talk and all that. He's focused on defense. But when he retracted, they just picked up anybody to hold him over while they continue doing their searches so their fans won't complain. You see what I'm saying? A bridge coach. Somebody hold you over until you get your coach.
Yeah, this ain't even a bridge coach though. Like if you'd have brought in D'Antoni, to me that's a bridge coach because he's 71 years old. Let him run for 3 years.
Playoffs though. D'Antoni get you to the playoffs. You don't got that team though.
He'll get you to the playoffs, but he's not going to get you over the top. Right, to me, that's a bridge. A bridge coach will get you to the playoffs, like Mike Brown. Right. Mike Brown is going to get Sacramento to the playoffs. I guarantee.
Not even about playoffs. It's not even about that. It's just somebody to hold you over until you get to your coach. And no matter how good y'all do, whether you suck or not, it's just somebody.
I tend to disagree. I
don't think he's going to be there next season.
A babysitter. This is a babysitter to me. Yeah, this is a placeholder. This is more of a placeholder.
That's what a bridge coach is.
To me, that's a placeholder. A bridge coach is, if I hire D'Antoni, he's going to speed this up. He's going to make LaMelo a superstar. And in 3 years, I know he's out of here. And now I can go get my championship coach.
You can do that with both coaches, though. The bridge coach and the placeholder coach. You can have him hold them there until whenever your superstar gets there. Like whenever he gets ready. But at the end of the day, I don't see no big moves.
I wouldn't have a plan for Steve Clifford outside of, I just need you to be here until I find the right guy. A guy like D'Antoni, I would have expectations
You're the backup.
from.
We signed somebody already, and then he left, and then now we found you. Like,
right.
That's what he wants to happen.
Just take this salary and a year to coach Melo and be happy if you still got it.
This is a waste of Melo's third year.
Listen, Steve Clifford. The only good thing about Steve Clifford to me is that he's a Virgo, and he was born in the same month that I was born in. So shout out to you, Steve. I salute you for being a Virgo, because Virgos are smart. But Steve, you've been around the NBA since the early 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. Flight, wasn't he a part of the Knicks?
That man is 60 years old. Trying to translate.
Sure.
I think he was a part of the Knicks at one time.
I think he did do something with the Knicks. I'm not sure what it was. I forgot. I do remember him being around.
Yeah, I think with Jeff Van Gundy, right? He was with Jeff Van Gundy.
He's a Van Gundy associate for sure.
Oh yeah, okay, there you go. You got it. Zen just confirmed.
Steve Clifford been around for a while now. It's not his
Yeah.
first time around the block. This is second time coaching the Hornets.
Right.
So he had him for 5 years.
That's what's disturbing to me, guys, is that this guy been around since the early 2000s as NBA, being involved in NBA coaching, and he still haven't had no major buzz. You know what I mean?
He had the Hornets for 5 years.
When he coached the Bulls organization for 1 year, and he had a winning record that year. You guys, when the last time y'all seen him coach? Y'all criticizing him. Do you know anything about him?
I don't know who he is. I don't know if he's good.
He coached the Magic last season.
Yeah, he coached the Magic last season. What are you talking about?
21 and 51, but you all know who's on that squad.
He's been the Magic's coach for the past 3 years.
Yeah.
For the past 5 seasons before that, he was the Charlotte coach. 5 seasons.
Yeah. What do you mean, Marvin?
He doesn't have a magnificent record. No, he doesn't. But I asked
he has a shitty record.
Who did you guys want? I asked again. Who did you want?
You said it already.
Who?
I don't have anybody in particular.
Everybody say Mark Jackson,
except for Jackson.
It could have been any legend.
I'm listening. You ain't said no Mark Jackson.
Yeah, we said Mark Jackson, but we know Mark Jackson is
you know Mark Jackson ain't coming. Me and Flight said
white ball.
I said Mike D'Antoni.
Terry Stotts would have been great for LaMelo.
He didn't want Mike D'Antoni. Said he was too old.
Nigga, this was 60 years old. They ain't too much younger.
Dex said he's too old, so he didn't want him.
Nah, but boy, too old too. Clifford, he's 60 years old.
Yeah, Clifford is too old. I think Atkinson was like borderline for the. I'm talking about for this team. For this team, not a veteran team, but for this team.
I agree with Dex in the sense that, I mean, they could at least tried somebody new. True that. But hey, what you expect? It's the Charlotte Hornets.
But that's what I said.
Oh my God! Nobody have faith in the Hornets. This is crazy.
MJ's a terrible owner. We've been through this.
This is crazy.
Did you like the first coach that they chose? Did anybody like the first coach they chose?
Nobody knew who the first coach was. We can't like or dislike him. He was a nobody.
Like the second. I'm not knocking him
up, and then I started talking to the panel. They said he's known for defense, and that's what they really need because them dudes play. They can't guard a scarecrow out there. Like,
the popular thing is to hire a Warriors assistant.
Come on,
I don't. He looked like he don't take no rap though. I don't want to say the word, but on here. But I don't know who he is, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest.
I think he probably was the best qualified coach for the job. We all can say that in agreement. I do believe it.
You said what?
I don't think he was the best qualified coach for the job. I
didn't even know he was on the he put the application in. Like, that's what we saying. Like, I never heard of him. How did he get the job? I ain't seen none of his applications.
This is the we fucked up. Let's push the hold button.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you guys a sleeper. I don't know if you guys was ever on Raw Uncut Media when I was on there, and DJ asked me who do I like for the Charlotte, because DJ was kind of on D'Antoni a little bit, and I was very discouraging in my comments as far as D'Antoni, right? I told him 2 players. One, Sam Cassell, right? And I said a dark horse would be the UCLA basketball men's coach. Mick Corrin. And I think he would be perfect for LaMelo, because if you look at the way UCLA run their offense, there's almost reminiscence of some aspect of Chino Hills. Because you already seen with Lonzo Ball when he was there under Steve Alford, and then of course Steve Alford, he retired and things of that nature. This new UCLA coach picked up some of that aspect of that Steve Alford offense with Lonzo Ball at the helm and TJ Leaf and Ryan and all those guys. and they went all the way to the Final Four. They was a last miracle shot away from reaching the NCAA men's final tournament. You know what I'm saying? Finals. From Jalen Suggs of Gonzaga, knocked them out of the playoff. And if they would have reached that, people would have had them as the on-site favorite to beat Baylor if the UCLA would have went, because of the style of offense that they ran over there. And the style of offense that they ran over there at UCLA was an up and down type offense. If you open, you shoot. If the lane is open, you drive. It wasn't nothing hard. It wasn't nothing methodical. They had a lot of good shooters, Johnny Jujang and them guys, a lot of good shooters on that team, and a lot of guys that can take the ball to the rack and put pressure on the interior of your defense. That's the type of coach I believe the Charlotte Hornet needs if you're going to go fresh blood. If you're going to go fresh blood, bringing something new and invigorating to this Charlotte Hornets roster that will reinvigorate. That will reinvigorate the interest of the players. You know,
got to swing for the fences, Dex.
Yeah, because listen, remember if you do that, you never know what's going to happen. Just the same as when D'Antoni became the coach of the Phoenix Suns. You follow what I'm saying? You didn't know what was going to happen with the Phoenix Suns, and look what he did for them when he was young. I'm talking about his younger days, not now, but when the younger days, when he had the energy to get into the players, to let them know that, hey man, buy into the system. I guarantee you, it'll be much easier for you. And then he took average players. I will give D'Antoni this credit. He took average players and damn near made him a household name in the NBA.
Is the pressure getting to MJ and therefore he's making risk-averse choices?
I don't know. But I can't really say that because he made bad decisions even when he wasn't against the wall.
Because this is saying, I don't want no shit. So I'm going to just
safe, huh? I want to be safe.
Yeah, that reeks of safety.
That's what I've been trying to say. That don't seem like MJ, because MJ's a competitor. You don't ever take the safe route.
Hey, sometimes we all got that in us. This is not necessarily his arena, so to speak.
Out there.
He's not a high level executive by trade.
Lowest level. I ain't even gonna
You remember when Phil Jackson tried to be the president? Shout out Troublemaker. This is definitely not a joke. This is the truth. You know, I'm absolutely disgusted.
So he went from, according to the chat, he was a bad GM first.
I hope this is just a bad dream. We're gonna wake up from this in the morning.
I just
look at how LeBron's doing the GM.
And it's so crazy, right? At the beginning of the season, I was like, "What do you expect from a bad organization?" And I got killed on here. I'm like, "Yo, the Hornets."
And remember now, KNT.
This is a bad organization.
Yeah, exactly. Remember KNT. Now, Michael Jordan didn't make a whole lot of money playing basketball. He made his money off the court with sponsorships. You feel me? His contracts was meager. Scottie Pippen made more money as a with an NBA contract than Michael Jordan. You guys do know that, right?
I didn't know that.
Throughout their career.
Yeah, he made about $10 million more.
More money than Michael Jordan on the court.
Mike didn't get paid till his last contract.
Thank you. So now when Michael retired for the second time, remember he retired the second time? And the NBA started to plummet. The only team basically was doing a little something to help the NBA was the Los Angeles Lakers, if you can remember, the Kobe and Shaqs. You follow what I'm saying? And to some degree, the Phoenix Suns as well, because they had that high-octane offense and things of that nature. It was good to watch. So the NBA was basically kind of plummeting because a lot of Jordan faithfuls kind of went away from the game, and that was a whole bunch. And they hadn't had the opportunity to raise somebody up to take the mantle for Jordan yet. So they wanted Jordan to come back. So when Jordan came back, they promised him something. They had to promise him something because he was off in the sunset and his legacy was cemented already. So when he came back and played with the Washington Wizards, you know, he was very average. You know, he was Superman without his cape. You know, he was more Clark Kent than Superman. You follow what I'm saying? And then after that, he became an executive. So I don't know, was he promised that or not? Then after that, he became an owner. So if that was the roadmap to Michael Jordan's ownership, then you don't think the NBA could have said, speculating, hey, Mike, we're going to make you owner. Bob is ready to let it go. You know, he's going through that $1 billion divorce and things of that nature. We want you to come in, bring up a group. You follow what I'm saying? Investment group. We're gonna give it to you, Mike. Under these circumstances, under these conditions, Mike.
You honestly believe he would go for that?
Yeah, why not? He's $2 billion. He's
I thought he
north of
was
$2 billion.
Isn't he super competitive? Isn't that what we said?
But he's making money though. Like that's the thing.
That's right.
Michael Jordan does not strike me as the type
right?
to have a boss.
All the owners are winning. Like when it comes to financial,
Right.
Don't get asleep because that's what the council is there for, so everybody can eat. But everybody don't get to eat and win. Michael Jordan, huh?
That's interesting. You said that. Everybody don't get to eat and win.
Everybody making money. They're all billionaires. You think billionaires are consistently investing if they're not making money? Come on, bro.
I like that. Everybody can eat, but that don't mean they're gonna win. That's a good one right there.
That's every sport, bro. They're all winning. This thing about
but one team that can win every year.
Exactly. So the other 29 teams are all eating though, because the jerseys are still being sold. Arenas, people are still coming to the gym, and also when you got a superstar, you can get primetime tickets.
Well, KNT, what's the highest revenue earning team in the league?
Probably the Lakers.
The Knicks.
Yeah.
And they suck. And they've sucked forever.
Nah, but you gotta think about nobody rep their state like New Yorkers.
Yeah, but the point is, an NBA franchise is going to make money even if you spit on it.
Exactly, but the thing is, that one's an anomaly because New Yorkers rep New York, like they don't rep
right.
Where we at, like okay.
It's another one too, though, KNT.
No,
don't forget this dynamic.
I'm gonna tell you why. And Flight from New York, so he'll probably agree with me on this too. New York is the only place where people don't say they city. They say and no matter where they're at in New York, they're gonna say they're from New York. What do you think, Flight?
Flight from New York.
Yeah,
unless it's Brooklyn. No, Brooklyn's gonna let you know they're from Brooklyn.
You gotta ask them what part of.
I ain't from New York. I'm from Brooklyn.
No, they don't say that. Like where we from, like if somebody be like, "Where are you from?" We ain't gonna say Pennsylvania. We gonna say I'm gonna say York, or we gonna say Philly. We gonna say Chester. They gonna say the city where they from. And New York, they're just gonna say New York, the whole state. Everybody in the state just say they from New York.
That seems to be true for everybody except Brooklynites. In my experience,
that's the people that they want people to know they from Brooklyn. I don't blame them though.
Because there's 4 million of them. They know they're the biggest dogs in town, so they act like it. That's why don't nobody fuck with Brooklyn.
Brooklyn low key nice now.
Yeah.
You seen that joint? That joint gentrified, boy. That joint
gentrified.
Nice.
Exactly, it's gentrified.
That joint nice and it's expensive. Hell, like Brooklyn look like Paris right now. I ain't gonna lie. Like if you were like,
America got to get flipped. America can't stay a 200-year-old country in terms of infrastructure and architecture. We got to continually flip that shit.
The spots that used to be like the trap and all that, like the spots, not the trap, but it was always nice over there. But it's like the people that was outside ain't out there no more. Now it's high fashion, Asians. You know what I mean?
A lot of Asians. I'm glad you mentioned that. A lot of Asians in Brooklyn.
A lot of Asians, and I'm not talking about the Asians you see in the hood. I'm talking about
China,
the ones from China. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like there's a lot of them in Brooklyn. Like even a little what is that? The little Jewish town.
They're buying up blocks. The Chinese got a private town in Georgia that your ass can't even go to.
Yo, did you see the? You ever been to the Jewish town in New York by Brooklyn?
Mm-mm.
Bro, when you go under the tunnel. Ain't nothing but them top schools. I don't know where it's at. I just drove under that tunnel one time on my way to a video shoot, and I just seen everybody got a black Mercedes. I swear to God, that's all they drive. You just seen a whole city of black Mercedes and a whole bunch of dudes with big beards and top hats. I'm like, where the hell?
The Hasidics.
Yeah, those are Hasidic Jews. They call it Hasidic Jews. Orthodox.
Like, where the hell am I at? Like, I feel like I immediately time traveled once I went through this joint. I feel like I went back to the 30s. Immediately, like it's real, and I'm thinking, like,
full of brownstones, exactly, Joe.
Mercedes and
full of brownstones.
And
remember during the pandemic? Hold on one second, guys. Remember during the pandemic, they had a riot in that section. Remember that when they were trying to stop them from having a services? I think it was a funeral or something, and they were trying to break them up because it was too many during the pandemic, and that's when it was nationally known that you can't have a bunch of people at a funeral during the COVID shutdown, and they had a big riot.
I remember that.
You guys remember that?
Listen,
I do remember that.
Listen, I can see how all this shit went just now, man. Michael Jordan and Kupchak was in the office. You know, Michael was like, "Oh man, what happened to Kenny, man? Mitch, go get Steve on the phone. Call Steve. We gotta get on the line with Steve. We gotta get on the line with Steve. Call Steve. Hey, Steve, can you get down here, please? You know, because I just read the reports. He agreed to return. You know, to this coaching staff. It's like Michael Jordan said, "Man, I got to go get somebody I trust. I know what I'm dealing with. He ain't want nobody coming in and shaking things up." Let me tell you about D'Antoni. Let me tell you something about Mike D'Antoni. Don't let the smiling fool you. Mike D'Antoni got a mean rough side to him. You know, and he got a mean streak, and D'Antoni ain't going for the mess around. And I think that might have played a part in it. D'Antoni might go step toe to toe with Jordan. I'm telling you. I'm not saying that he would, but he ain't gonna you ain't gonna shut his ass out like he ain't nobody. Clifford, you could just walk over him. You could just run up in the damn locker room. You could.
That's what I was saying.
You ain't gonna be able to do that with D'Antoni. You can't just run up you can't bust up in the locker room being disrespectful. You know, it's just whatever with Clifford. You could do whatever. Kupchak can run in there and slap him around. It don't matter. In front of the team.
If D'Antoni coached the Bulls next year, oh my God.
Yeah, D'Antoni gonna get him a job.
No, I'm gonna be honest. No, that's the perfect team for him, man. You see what D'Antoni did with Steve Nash.
I got D'Antoni running around with no can't get a job.
No, this is what D'Antoni going to do with Alonzo. They're going to go up to Alonzo.
I can say this.
Hold on real quick, Jack.
I can say this right here. That UCLA coach is going to eventually get a job, and then whoever didn't give him that opportunity in these last year or so is going to regret it. Because I'm telling you, I believe that he's going to be the next type of Brad Stevens that come into the NBA. A young, invigorated coach with a lot of geniusness to him to be able to manipulate this NBA landscape on that 90-foot parquet floor. You need that type of new blood into the NBA. If you're not going to get somebody that's tough and rough, that kind of with a bullyish type of demeanor, with these young kids coming up who are spoiled, they're entitled, they're consider themselves elitist in athleticism because they're already known prior to coming to the NBA. They don't even need college to get them over the hump like they did in years past. A lot of these AAU teams and high school teams are being televised on various networks and TV medias, and even through YouTube and other social media landscapes.
Facts.
That's why you need a coach that's going to say, listen, man, I don't care about all that foolishness. This is the NBA. And a lot of these coaches here now, they don't know how to do that.
Yo, read the comment, the last comment, bros. What about Basil? Somebody had to say
that's my opinion because his age, I know he can coach.
No, not that one. The one Basil put.
What? Because of his age?
Nah, where is it? No,
Mike D would never coach
again. No, it was Thunder it was Thunder that said it. Not gonna lie, I don't like that coach. Like, facts. Like let me be honest, I didn't like that pick at all. Like that. You know what it feels like? You ever play My GM Flight?
Yeah, I play.
Okay, you know when you just start off, you can't get the high coaches, so you just got to go down and pick somebody who's like the highest you can get. Like everybody else might be a D, but then he's a C minus.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
That's your C minus.
The best of the worst. That's what that is.
Be when you first start off, because all the other coaches ain't gonna take your job. So you just got, they're not even highlighted. You got to go all the way to the bottom to get the highlighted coaches you could choose. And all them dudes is D minus, and there might be one C in there. You're like, well, I guess I'll just go with the C.
Right. That's shout out to everybody in the chat right now. We got breaking news in the NBA. Steve Clifford has been hired by the Charlotte Hornets, man. There's breaking news. What?
Like, why is he hired? Like, why did they? What did they hire to do? That's what I'm saying. For what?
To sum it up, why? Why? Comfort. This is comfort food for Michael Jordan. That's all it is. Familiarity, and all familiarity breeds is contempt. And this shit's gonna blow up in his face.
Okay, now look at what I said. Right? There's a whole bunch of Randys on the list. Right? and there might, let's just say there's not even no C pluses. They're all D's. They're all D minuses. Okay, everybody on this list is D minus if you pick up Kenny Atkinson, right? So with that being said, okay, I don't know none of these dudes in a D minus, but this dude used to work with us, so I'd rather pick him than hope some Randy can do it. I know he's been here, he's been coaching, he kept the coaching job. Whether he went 22-60 last year, no. How do you pick up a head coach that just went 22-60 on the last team he was at? How do you like really think that logically? Like, yo, Zen, you my man, Zen.
Thank you.
If you go 22-60, I'm not even looking at you as head coach.
Nah.
And I don't expect you to look at me if I was 22-60. If I just came 22-60 last year, and then I come to you and you be like, yo, I need a head coach, and I come to you like, I'm nah, fam. What you gonna say?
I'm telling you, this is just the situation was bad. There was no other prospects. Mike looked around the room and said, get Steve. It was that simple. We threw a dart at the dartboard or some shit like that.
Yo, you know what it reminds me of? Anybody see Winning Time yet?
Yeah.
Remember when they got the one coach that randomly ran in there?
Well, Westhead? Not Westhead, but
who was
McKinney.
That? Damn, Pat Riley. Wasn't that Pat Riley?
McKinney came from Portland, and then they got Westhead after McKinney went down.
What's the dude that had the big beard? I don't know. That coached our team.
The coach the Lakers.
He was like the on the Winning Time.
The Lakers coach.
Yeah, the Lakers coach, the one that snuck into the Lakers facility.
I don't remember a coach having a beard. I remember Westhead, McKinney.
He had the real long hair.
And Riley.
That probably was Pat Riley then.
Okay.
I feel like that's what Steve did. He ran in there, snuck into the facility like the fake Klay Thompson.
Riles was all skinny and was doing radio. You never know. These guys come from out of nowhere.
Yo, Zen, what you think about
now you see what I'm saying, Vin? There you go, right there. You prove my point. Out of nowhere, come out of nowhere. Eric Spoelstra, out of nowhere. That's what I'm saying. You see Pat Riley's not out here kicking old tires, old retreads. He went and got somebody right up underneath him from the film room. Who better to coach than somebody from the film room?
You got to dig.
At that time, Pat Riley wasn't even on the radio. He snuck in the facility. He wasn't even supposed to be there. He almost got arrested. Luckily, he got to say what he wanted to say.
Yeah, and he was a former player. He was a former player, so he had that cash.
Somebody that you almost arrested, but he swayed you.
Yep. Yeah, I mean they gotta do their due diligence, and instead, I think he just called it a year and said, "I'm not doing it this year," or maybe Kupchak is just that inept. I don't know. It makes no sense to me. It really doesn't.
I said that at the beginning of the year. Every decision a bad organization makes no sense.
Yeah, and this is what makes a bad organization a bad organization. It comes from the top.
You know what I learned about the bad talent, right, and bad coaching and stuff like that. They really think they're doing well. That's the worst thing. Like a bad rapper really think he's hot. He goes in the booth to spit the weakest stuff, and he's really brag like he really think he says something. That's what really makes you a weak rapper.
I watched Sacramento wrestle with the Maloofs. I watched how bad that was. It was horrible. Downright awful. Them guys were like as bad as Jordan is, times 10. The Maloofs. And they wound up getting another franchise somewhere too. But those guys, man, you wonder why the Kings haven't been to the playoffs in 16 years. It starts with the Maloof brothers.
Yep.
Now it's Vivek Ranadive, and he appoints his daughter to be the assistant GM of the Stockton Kings. So that type of nepotism and bullshit is still going on in that organization.
Yeah, of course. But it's just bad organization, big bad things. Like okay, it's just like bro. If you do an F up, as long as you do it, he been an F up, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. And just because you come into money, that's the other thing about these guys like Jordan, like James. They come into money from sports, entertainment. That doesn't mean it translates over to business. And when you're not on the court, basketball is a pure business.
Nah, but he's good at business.
It's a statistical business.
It's just a different thing. He don't know how to play politics. That's what they, like this is they're good at this. Like I've been keeping it stacked. Like these, bro, working in New York, I can tell you what they can get you to believe anything. Like I can't really say too much because I've been in some circles. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave that there. They can get you to believe anything, and Mike ain't at that level. We don't have that level of evil. Not evil. Yeah, it is evil. Like they'll write a contract that'll literally make you a slave. Like, you know what I'm saying? We don't have that mentality in us, as you know what I'm saying?
Right.
We really do. They love that shit. Like they literally like, okay, I'm gonna tell you a crazy story, right? I seen a guy, right, manipulate a female into signing with his like literally where he makes like takes 50% of her modeling money, and she's a big model, right? But he made her think he was the owner of some company because he brought her to the top floor and did a meeting with her. But when she went back there to figure out where he was, that was a rental spot.
Right.
He didn't
type of shit pimps do.
He just rented that space for an hour so he can get her to sign a contract. He probably much of nobody probably, but he own her now.
Yeah, pimping.
Like
basically,
it's like that. Like in the NBA, it's definitely like that.
I don't see any signs that Jordan's a great businessman. He earned a lot at Nike.
He's a billionaire. Like you're automatic. Once you're a billionaire, you're a great businessman.
I can't say that. He got in at Nike in the 80s, bro.
Now I think you trolling. See, before I thought you was playing game.
I'm gonna keep it a step right now. I'm gonna keep it real rap right now. If they would have signed LaVar Ball as the head coach of the Hornets,
yes, that was the move. That was the move to make.
Yo, listen, LaVar as the head
Triple
coach,
B's never lost. He's playing sports.
I'm gonna keep it a stack, and I'm gonna tell you why. And this is why I will be a great owner and great GM, because I understand morale. You know what I'm saying? Being a talent scout and working with a lot of people, right? Okay, if you sign Jello and bring Jello up on your team, bring him up to the team, right? And then because all these things are easy moves. Hold on real quick, Dex.
Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat.
Who that?
Oh, shout out Fresh Prince
What up,
Belize.
Belize?
What's up, my brother?
What up, Belize?
Yeah, you still in Belize?
Yeah, I'm out here. Turn the camera.
Your camera's not on, Belize.
Hey, yo.
Oh, my fault. Hold on. Yeah, he like, yo, bro, why you going to show the village far? Like, yo,
that's hard.
Hey, yo, you was in the Puma store. You was in the Puma store in Belize?
Nah, man, that was out in New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he
you
was
got the horses
that,
out there.
Is that an ass?
You know that?
Is it a horse or an ass?
Gonna fuck around and bite
It's
you.
the backyard. It's the little backyard and stuff.
Is that an ass Belize or a horse?
Live from Belize. We're in a different country.
Yeah, man, we global out here, bro. We got some basketball kids over there. You know what I mean?
Well, we'll put it. Yeah. Shout out to those
We're gonna keep it calm right now, though. But let's talk.
Yeah, take it easy. Yeah, let's talk basketball.
Yeah, keep it basketball. I want to know what's up with this coach, though.
Yeah, you see what's your thoughts? We got breaking news in the NBA, man. JB 2.0. What's going on?
I want to finish what I was saying before I forget.
Go ahead. My bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Listen, right? If you would have signed LaVar Ball and brought Jello up, LaMelo stays there for his whole career. Keep it honest.
But LaVar is not ready to be no head coach in the NBA.
Even if he ain't, even if you bring Jello up, and you.
Well, I mean, it's still time to bring Jello up. I just want to what I really want to know respectfully is the accolades of this new coach. I ain't really do my research on it. Like I said, I've been out of the country for a little while, so I really don't know what's going on. But yeah, what's the accolades on this guy? Like,
he was the head coach last year. The Magic, they went 22-60, and they picked him up as the head coach.
Oh nah, he didn't even know what to do with Cole Anthony and Mo Bamba.
Yo, 22-60.
Wait, what's going on here? We just got that stud from Duke, right? And
It was a surrender.
Yo, what's going on? Oh man, this is not good. Why
straight up surrender?
What do he have any history behind that Magic?
He got history. He coached the Hornets before. It was a rehire, so that's probably what it was. A familiarity, like he know he had to pick up a bridge coach because the coach A signed with a winning team. You know what I'm saying? He chose to stay with the Warriors because they just won a championship.
Do you think D'Antoni was not an option anymore because of how he handled it the first time?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a stack. Like it goes back to what Dex was saying. Michael Jordan's a micromanager, and Mike D'Antoni is not going to let you micromanage him.
Oh, of course not.
So he needed somebody he can just pretty much tell that's just happy to have a job.
And you see, that's the same thing that I fear with that's what I was fearing. I would say, because that's why I feel like Mark Jackson not going to get an opportunity either, because you're not just going to just box him in either.
Shout out to Rave.
What's happening, Rave Kingdom?
Crazy, bro. So the Orlando Magic's old coach is now what the?
Yeah.
For what? Like, why would you
listen, believe. Listen, believe. You got the first round pick this year, right? You got the first round pick. You got Jalen Suggs. You got Cole Anthony. You got Franz Wagner. You got Mo Bamba. You got Jonathan Isaac that's coming back, and you got the boy that came back towards the end of the season, Markelle Fultz. So you got a roster of young, aggregated talent, and you're gonna run from that.
Nah, I already told you why everybody want to go to Charlotte. Okay, when you the head coach of the Orlando Magic, ain't no TV cameras there. It ain't they don't got Mr. Box Office. But when you got LaMelo there, you know what I'm saying? Same thing. Let's go to Jello. He had people at the Detroit Pistons training camp doing interviews. Why is ESPN at the Detroit Pistons training camp? Because LaMelo Ball is there. So if all these cameras come with these dudes, you know what I'm saying? They got millions of followers. Nobody know who I am. I'm gonna be all in the interviews. Look at James Borrego. Nobody knew who he was. And if he was a coach of any other team, he wouldn't even be this household name.
Ladies and gentlemen. For one, shout out to the panel. Shout out to the
What up, Ray?
What up, Ray?
I guess they felt like Mike D'Antoni was a touch too old, so they got a 5 year younger.
He's 60. I was just saying that. Go ahead, Ray.
The big red dog.
Yeah, I wanted to say that, but I didn't want to be that person.
I seen that shit on Twitter too.
Oh my God! Somebody got up with a
picture
with a Hornets jersey
Let's
on.
all take a moment to look at this guy's dome.
Hey,
right? He looks like
he's not playing though.
He look like the type to iron his drawers.
Nah, he look like the dude from Spider-Man, the Green Goblin.
I swear to God.
He really looked like one of them UFC owners.
My socks have to be at a 45-degree angle or I can't put them on.
Oh, man, this dude look like he can headbutt the shit out of somebody, bro.
My thing is that he don't look like a type of coach that LaMelo gonna be.
Let me
looks like a tight ass.
Okay, let me
looks like a tight ass.
Okay, let me read this guy real quick. He has 6 years as a head coach experience. His total record of all coaching is 292 wins and 345 losses.
Mm-hmm.
His best season was back in 2014. His first Charlotte Bobcats head coaching spot was 43 wins and 39 losses. In 2021, his worst one was 21 wins and 51 losses. And if I might say, as the year got higher, that means from 2014 to 2021, his records got worse. He does have experience with the Hornets, as it says that he has been a coach of Charlotte Hornets for a couple years, and Charlotte Bobcats. And for what I'm looking at is, let me say this, 2016 positive record, 2014 positive, 2015 back and forth, now we're going to 2017 a bad record, 2018 bad record, 2019 okay, 2020 a horrible record, and then 21 even worse record.
22 and 16
as he ages.
That's tough, bro.
That 22 and 60 crazy.
Do you think this was a lazy hire, though? Is that safe to say that this was a lazy hire?
I'm just reading who he is so far.
This was the last minute hire.
I haven't said how I feel about it. I'm just so far.
How you feel about it, Rave?
Right now, I'm just looking at the top of his dome. The fact that he's 60-some years old, and his best record is okay. I mean, I guess.
My thing is that if he had a worse, like his worst record was last season, that's
Yo,
bad trending. Like, so, like, what did you do? Like, what did you see in offense that made you like not be able to win games? And why do they think that you'll be able to win games now if you wasn't winning games? Like, I watched the Bull. I mean, not the Bull, not the Magics. A little bit because of Mo Bamba. You know, he's from Harlem, so it's a little bit of ties there, right? Just you want to see your guy make it, and it was no minutes. All right, yeah, he was kind of injured and stuff, but it was like no minutes. It was just horrible, bro. Like it was really horrible. Like he didn't know what he was doing. He had to me, he got a 1-2 punch with Cole Anthony and Mo Bamba if it was used right. Even Jalen Slug. I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't know. That Magic team is trash, but it's not like the coach. Like, there's no chemistry. Like like even with the guy that Kenny Atkinson, right? Like how we alluded back to when he was on the Nets, how the chemistry was there. It was fire. You seen the bench. They didn't win a lot of games, bro. But you seen the bench, or you seen they was hype. Like I don't see that coming out of Charlotte with this guy because again, he coached the Charlotte Hornets and the Charlotte Bobcats, and we all know those was losing records, bro. So like. I don't understand, bro.
He lost on every team he was on. I just don't understand how you hire a coach that went 22-60 last year.
Like the dude from Villanova who just left like Villanova from college. Yo, bro, go that route. He's young. He could relate to younger players. Like he had a track record with some NBA players that's in the NBA who went to his school. He coached. Like you have options. Like what the hell was this? Just for you to fire him in another year? It was just crazy to me.
No, they needed a placeholder bridge coach, man. Somebody to hold them over until they get their coach that they need. Because they got to develop talent right now. They don't got.
So why you don't just upgrade your assistant coach, whoever he was? Like who's this guy? Like.
I don't know. Like the fact that you literally hired somebody that went 22-60, I can't even get in your mind logically. Like I can't even start there. That's why I just instead of mind-boggling myself, because bad organization making bad decisions again. So that's the only way to put it logically. Because there's no explanation. You see somebody lose 60 out of 82 games, and you think that's gonna be my coach next season.
And then you got the future of the NBA on your team. Like, people, you could try to argue this, like, all right, but like I said, on the LaMelo Ball show, tap in, we're going live on Sunday, episode 3. But like I said on that show, give me 9 players that's really better than LaMelo right now. Like coming up. Not players that's already established. I'm talking about coming up. We got this young guy that came into the draft that's saying like his game is compared to Lonzo. Like,
I can give you 5. Dylon,
huh?
Dylon, and Dylon.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
No, you don't know who Dylon is? Okay, so he just quoted Dave Chappelle when
well, he didn't quote Dave Chappelle, he quoted Dylon.
No, that's Dave Chappelle. No, listen. I'm gonna tell you he did quote Dave Chappelle. I'm gonna tell you how he did it. Dylon was one of the people on Making the Band, and the Chappelle show used to have sketches acting like different things. They had him on Dylon, like Dave Chappelle playing Dylon, and that's what he said. He done choked out Wyclef on there and everything.
So who's in your top 5? Dylon.
Dylon. Yo, that's so funny that episode came out 2008, 2009, right?
Wow.
And you still quoting it in 2022, and it's
legendary.
I mean, we all still quote my boy legendary Kobe. The job ain't done.
Yo, Kobe said, "Don't text me no more."
I played for the Lakers. I don't want the Celtics to win.
You know that, yo. You know it, bro. I said that too, bro. I said that. Like, come on.
What are you doing?
Kobe, not even that. You can't text Kobe and not drop 40 in the next couple of games in the finals. Like, you text Kobe, you supposed to do something. Like, how you going to attribute all that? How you going to contribute? Like he going to.
Hey, Robert Parrish dead. Text him.
My man, Kobe, man. He's disrespectful, man.
Hey, let me
delete Kobe number out your phone.
I got some
send it to me, bro. Let me text him.
I got some players who who's played with under Clifford, the big red dog. They said that some of them like the good talks he has with them. He's kind of a player's coach. They said some of the players has noted that he's very demanding of the players, and he knows what he wants and expects us to do that on the court. That remains to be seen. Do y'all feel like he'll get on the court and actually take a good grip of the team? And
no, but here's the thing though. I feel like because he's a pushover coach for like a coach that's gonna get micromanaged and let Michael Jordan do everything, LaMelo gonna have the free reign now. Cause he's not gonna be like Borrego. Like
they said, he's a player's coach. So.
Exactly. When you're a player's coach, and it's LaMelo's team. Yeah, I mean that's why they got rid of Borrego. They don't want LaMelo to leave. Their pockets is extra fat right now.
Looks like he's slow to make adjustments from what I'm seeing. That's one of his weaknesses that are being outlined.
Give the ball to LaMelo. He'll make the adjustments for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at that up.
That's the beauty of having him on your team. The boy. That's why the Warriors, when I was telling you the whole finals, it's just a blessing when you got him on your team. We not all shooting right. We not shooting good at all. Get the ball to Steph Curry.
Yeah, I had to let my boys know De'Aaron Fox is not him.
A lot of these dudes ain't him. When you watch
they hold on to De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento like he's gold. They need to let him go. He's the problem.
He's a shooting guard playing.
Yeah, no, it ain't that coach. That coaching over there.
Score first point guard.
Yeah, but De'Aaron is blind and can't shoot.
Bro, but that wasn't his issue before Luke Walton pulled up over there.
Luke Walton been gone, but I get your point.
I'm just saying. I'm saying. Remember, before Luke Walton got there,
yeah,
they were calling the Fox like that, and Fox was on everyone's radar. La la la.
He still couldn't shoot.
Contract, and LeVar Ball said, "Wait until Fox get Mr. Luke. Watch how his career folds out, just like Lonzo's shit was folding out. And thank God Lonzo got out of that bitch. Real fast.
I just don't see it with Fox, man. I think they need to let his ass walk. Sacramento could be a lot better.
I just think they need a point guard and push him to the 2.
Mm-hmm. That might be a good idea.
He's not a point guard, man. Like you can't have a score first person as your main ball distributor. It don't work.
But you can't have a 2 guard that can't shoot from the perimeter either.
Yeah, that too.
So.
But it's like I said, a lot of these dudes ain't him, bro. It's okay. Like you can be good, you can be.
It ain't gonna be but a handful.
There's only gonna be a few dudes who's really like, dang, like, yo.
But the big question is, can Steve Clifford attract free agents?
No.
Hell no.
LaMelo Ball can attract free agents, but not if this shit is a mess.
Listen.
No, but I'm gonna keep it a stack. Charlotte Hornets can't. You can't blame that on D.
Listen, I'm keep it honest with you, bro. That dome of his, that would be so good.
Destro looking boy. Look like Destro.
Bro, they look at his dome, they be like, I don't know if I should. I'll play it later.
Chrome dome.
Steve Clifford let Kemba Walker play like he was at Rucker Park and averaged 27 a game. So much.
Hey, what is that dude that played in what was that movie? The actor, he's a pretty good actor. Jason Bourne. He looks like an old Jason Bourne.
Yeah, he does look like Matt Damon.
Yeah, Matt Damon. Yeah.
He looked like General Zod. Nah, I'm on some G though. I never heard of him until they signed him.
Me either. I ain't gonna front.
Honest.
So we really can't judge him. We just don't think it's a great pick.
I don't like him. I just feel like because I never heard of him, I feel like he's just happy to get a job. Right.
And at 60, if your last coaching jobs were Orlando and Charlotte, you are the bottom.
Shout out to Hugo. Shout out to Hugo Staccato.
I still can't believe they seen their team lose 60 out of 82 games and pick their head coach up.
I mean,
I can't believe they swing the block back on him. That's crazy.
He should have left that block where it's at. That's like, yo, watching. You're sitting out there on the block with somebody, right?
All I know is Shannon Sharp finna have a field day with this one.
Yo, everybody gonna have a field day. Who I don't know. Like you can't even have a field day because you can't.
Is this your goal? Is this your goal? I'm saying, is this your goal, Skip?
Matter of fact,
Skip.
you hire on
Is this your goal, Skip?
you hire on a Friday because it's a news dump day. You ain't got to deal with no news fallout for 48 hours. By then, other shit will happen. That's a smart move.
Yeah, well,
they do that Friday news dump.
I have no particular feeling on him. I just, like y'all said, y'all heard me earlier. I just read his coaching record and looked at him. He has a big dome, so we'll find out what it is.
But I feel like LaMelo about to go off. He better do whatever he want with this coach.
I mean, listen, we all could agree that his ass ain't gonna back out.
Yeah, that's what I agree. That's one thing.
I think I better be
He's happy to be here. He's
happy to be here. Face
exactly. Like, he's one of them dudes
that nigga making sure he shake everyone's hand when he walks.
Everybody can't be the leader.
What I have to do? Face up. Yep. He come in with the
Twitter is not loving this pick, man. I got a search going for LaMelo and Clifford, and it ain't looking good.
Charlotte.
Who is this?
Y'all should see this.
LaMelo don't even know who this is.
I mean, they found somebody.
LaMelo never heard of him.
They found somebody 15 years younger than Mike D'Antoni. That's wild.
He's 60, bro. That's what I was saying. Like you want to go get somebody how old? That's when they were like, Dex was like, Mike D'Antoni too old. And I was like, let me look at this dude age. This says 60 years old. I said, bro, come on, bro.
Hey, Flight, can I share my screen?
Yeah, he looked like
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All right, I want to show y'all this.
He looked like Batman's partner that was old as hell.
All right, you might get a little
Wait, what's going on?
Zan, did you freeze or that's just you?
Hey,
no, he froze.
Yeah, he right there.
I don't think it like what I tried to do. Let me try one more time.
He got another one.
Hey, you know what's crazy? That frozen face though was kind of like the reaction when the Hornets saw their.
Yeah, we need to make that. We need to clip that. We might need to make that a meme. Every time Zen say something crazy, we'll put that up there.
Right. That was literally like a whole reaction of when the Hornets picked the coach. That's what their face looked like. Like, what? That's just facts. The fan base ain't a shambles because you still got LaMelo Ball, so they still flowing on water. You get what I'm saying? But it is not.
That's the only thing good about Charlotte right now.
Well, that and they got that cute that draft pick.
Yeah.
Mark Williams. We'll see what he got.
That's real.
Working there. They got a little hope,
But why do we know that he was going to draft somebody from Duke or North Carolina? Why do we know that?
Well,
and LaMelo was on live, right? And LaMelo predicted he was going to draft Mike Williams, but come on, LaMelo Ball. I mean, that was basically like that was so easy to predict that Michael Jordan was going to draft a North Carolina or Duke player that was highly left. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I wish Hornets drafted both of them, man. Durant and Williams. And I say that because Durant, from what I've seen in some of his highlights and some of his accolades, he looks like a very tough center. He lob threat. He looks like he could put in some work. At the same time, you have Williams, who's very long, wingspan of above heights. He could put a little work too. So I feel like, why can't you just take on the challenge of seeing them both out, see how good they work in that summer camp, training camp, or whatever they gotta go, and shit. You can have a good working starting center, and then you can have a backup just coming here with some dominant force too, because they both look like they can have some good dominant force on the court, and they both lob threats.
Yeah, I like that. Mark Williams, 7 foot, and black. There's already an upgrade. I'm being honest.
And black.
Hey, for real. Probably just saying that.
Keep it as that, bro. This the NBA, bro. A white center. Come on, bro.
Yeah, bro.
Be honest, bro. Like, come on, bro. We athleticism. Dudes be jumping man hard. Brothers jump high as hell. Like, brothers are really athletic. Like,
they got JT Thor. They got JT Thor as an athlete. That's a tall athlete.
But JT
not
Thor
no tall athlete. He is.
But
He
JT
not
Thor ain't JT Thor ain't above 7 foot height with a 7'9" wingspan. Like
that's what I'm saying.
Crazy.
And
he's black. And he black.
See, you guys are worse than me. See, they try to peg me, and I don't say stuff like that. You guys are really worse than I am.
Listen.
Yo, people be wanting to say the stuff that I say, but I'll take the punishment for it. Sorry, like.
Hey, listen, KT.
Yo, that's real though. Like nobody wanted to say it when they picked up Mason Plumlee and Cody Zeller.
I know what shit.
And all
like,
these
you gonna be
nobody want to say that.
At least got
KT, you try to throw that shade at. You try to throw KT. You try to throw that shade at shit. COVID.
Yo.
Try to throw that shade at him.
Yeah,
sir. Black is gonna survive.
Nah, listen. When it comes to athleticism, NBA, like the athletes are usually us. Yeah. The best player in the league is usually us. You know, I'm just saying, like when it comes to physical position, that's not the position you gonna go get them for.
Well, Luke Longley was serviceable.
That's back then. Like that, we talking about you heard serviceable. He wasn't him. Like that's what I'm saying. Serviceable. He was a player that could do the job barely.
You know what I'm saying?
That's why they didn't keep him long, right?
I know. All of a sudden, a tall brother came.
Ain't up enough on some real talk though.
Wasn't Bill Cartwright, ain't?
On some real though, I mean, I get it. Why you could just trade one of those picks, but if you keep both of them, and especially they're both young, hungry, big centers that's gonna fight, and you be like, shit, whoever wins that fight, you let him start. And then when they say the starter, he wants some rest, and you put.
Okay, Ray. What about Vernon Carey?
Yeah, I'm about to say
what happened to that
already.
Oh God!
Oh my God! Yo, he what is a small donkey car? That's what he is.
A
mule.
Whatever Zen called it.
A mule.
Nah, he said a different word that started with an A. That's what he is.
Vernon Carey. Once again. Listen. Once again, Vernon Carey is 6'10". All right, 6'10". We're talking about Durant and Marcus Williams is all 7 foot with 8 foot wingspans. Like, I'm sorry, you can't beat that. And huge lob threats. I'm sorry.
Yep. No, then again, and they're not provenly weak either. Like them dudes was bounced.
We already seen a little bit of Vernon.
They proved that they was weak. Like, so we don't even need. Like, what are we bringing these names up for? They got to the game. They got pulled up to the NBA.
They tell Mike. That's what they tell Mike. Say, Mike, we got a couple of players. Michael, we got a couple of players, Michael, that no other teams is picking up. Can you do us a favor, Michael, and help the diversity of the league and pick up a Mason Plumlee?
No, listen. I'm gonna put it even worse.
Hey, bro, remember,
I want to say something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Ray, you're right. I know who you're talking about.
Shit out of that.
Yeah, he lost all credibility after that, right? He lost all credibility after that.
Like,
everything he said after that was like, dude, really? You the one that boosted up Mason Plumlee.
Who boosted up Mason Plumlee?
They said, "Oh my God, look at that pass."
Some cat used to be on Flight Sports TV, boosted up Mason Plumlee like he was the next coming.
No, but listen, what is he doing that you can boost him up out there?
Bro,
I don't know.
What is he out there? How do you boost him up?
Bro, you wasn't there.
I don't know.
The man put it on his screen so we all see it, and put a whole highlight film of Mason Plumlee passing the ball 3 feet away. He's like, oh my God, look at
that highlight reel. Like, you can actually Google Mason Plumlee. And the highlight will pop up.
Listen, I was baffled just like you guys are now. I was like, Mason Plumlee, that's a good pickup for Melo.
Yeah, unfortunately, some of those highlights will be Portland.
He's athletic. He's going to dunk on people. He's going to block shots. And I'm still waiting.
Listen, the Hornets don't even know what
try
they're
to-
doing. Like, if you really look at what the Hornets doing, like, they don't know what they're doing.
At all. That's what I'm saying.
That's facts, man. But at first, I even try to give him like some.
Use this is good for your watch your
I got
drives.
that. I actually got that. Yo, I try to give him a chance. I was like, well, yeah, he'd be a good solid backup. You know, because he's trying to show me all.
Nah, he's starting.
Nah, that nigga's like, he's gonna start. He is.
He did start though. He was right.
Shots.
He was right. He did start.
I was like, bro, all right, bro.
Listen, when you got Cody Zeller,
Hey,
get rid of him and then pick up somebody just as weak as Cody
I was
Zeller.
re-looking at JT Thor. If you turn off the lights, you can't see him no more.
No, but if he smile.
Yo,
Ray, I didn't think black could be that black.
Bro, JT Thor is 6'9".
Ray, I didn't think black can be that black.
Yeah.
I mean, that dude is he's triple stage of darkness.
Bro, you can literally grab a paintbrush and he's literally that color. That is wild. How can you be that color, bro?
But we got to give them some credit. They ended up with 2 picks, 13 and 15.
Yep, and 45, I think, and 45.
Jalen Durant and Mark Williams.
Listen, that's why I say they don't know what they're doing. If you think about it, they could have packaged that 13 pick, going up and get a 2 guard, and stole. Not saying the hindsight 2020 now, but say you could have waited on one of the centers. You would have at least get one of them at 15. If not, then you could have gone and packaged something else to get rid of contract or something like that. Boot night, I know y'all might be big on boot night, but I ain't sold boot night gonna be this.
I'm not sold on big night. They might be. I've been sold.
I ain't sold on him.
He is not no high level scorer.
It's the Charlotte Hornets. I mean, what you expect? It's the Charlotte Hornets. So
we talking about his game style. His game style is I'm gonna drop 25 points a night on 31 shots.
Yeah,
and I'm not gonna check nobody. And I'm not gonna check nobody.
I can't go to Scarecrow.
It's the Bronx.
Exactly.
It's the Bronx, kid. It's the Bronx, kid. I ain't checking nobody. I'm just dropping buckets.
They call
Thor a lot character. They call JT Thor a lot character. You know when the player ain't there is Matt Black.
10 feet away. 10 feet away. That nigga look like.
Yo, keep it honest though. You didn't see one good business move in a while.
At all.
Be honest.
It's sad.
I'm gonna be honest. This is becoming very disrespectful to the NBA. This type of stuff right here is becoming very disrespectful to the NBA.
Listen to this, Dex.
It was
Listen to this, Dex.
Remember
you get 2 high picks and draft the same position.
Yeah. And then what makes it more disrespectful, bro, is okay, you made your draft selections. You guys watched the summer league with me. What the hell was that? Nick, the towel boy was more fucking fun to watch. I was watching him flip the towel, say, go ahead. It was getting beat by what, like 30 and shit?
Listen, that summer league was disgusting. When I watched and listen, you can't be. It's nothing to be proud of watching Charlotte Hornets in the summer league. I've seen it up close and personal. I'm like, this is utterly disrespectful to anybody that have a lick of basketball sense.
Facts.
They wasn't passing the ball. They wasn't showing any form of camaraderie. It was just that every player was playing one-on-one.
Bro, and what's his name?
And losing.
JT Thor.
They were playing one-on-one and losing their matchup.
Bro, JT Thor was having so much wildness. He couldn't even complete a single dunk because he's trying to slam as hard as he can, and the ball flying in the air. Like, bro, what are you doing? What are y'all doing, man? Chuck is crazy, bro.
Yeah, it was a very much of an eyesore watching Charlotte Hornets Summer League basketball. So anybody that's rushing to get to Summer League to watch Charlotte Hornets Summer League basketball, something got to be wrong with you. Unless you're a friend of a player, a family member of a player, or an agent of the player, or a road manager of the player, or something to that nature. You follow what I'm saying? There's nothing enjoyable to watch when it comes to the Charlotte Hornets in the Summer League.
Bro,
Unless LaMelo Ball.
What about James Bouknight? What about James Bouknight?
If LaMelo don't start this year, then, something wrong. Like, he should at least get seniority.
Y'all gonna start paying my man Bouknight some respect.
Listen, let me tell you about Booknight from what I've seen. 0 assists. Playing point guard.
That's real,
He was a
right?
point guard.
Hey, look.
Hey,
Look,
remember what I've been telling y'all though? They had him playing out of
I
position.
remember.
Playing out of necessity.
Pay homage to my man Book Night, yo.
Let me say this, because I just heard Panic bring up LiAngelo. Man, I know a lot of people be like, "Oh, you're the first one to say so much boost about him," but I'm like, bro, do you see this roster? I'm not even saying LiAngelo's the starting spot. I'm not, but he deserves at least. I don't goddamn it, at least the last spot of the roster compared to these other bums.
That's right, Ray.
I'm not saying boost because people are, oh, you're just boosting the BBB. No, like, dude, the dude is literally better
we
than
boosted.
the whole
Fuck that.
summer league. I'm like, you watched it, like literally,
Yeah.
like, dude, like,
Fan or not, if you actually watch Charlotte Summer League, whether you're a fan of Jello or not, like you can't sit there and say he don't at least deserve to get around with them with the starters and get significant minutes. I mean, say he needed a second
So
year.
I am a faculty.
shit, bro. I don't care if he sat on the bench the whole time. He deserves a contract at least over who they signed. They gave everybody a contract, if I'm not mistaken, on that horrible G League Summer League. And the only person that had to walk out of there with his head down was LiAngelo. Like
that's the crazy part. He played the best, and he got the worst minutes.
That's lame.
He don't. Yo,
lame, bro.
I'm trying to figure out how you would pull up JT's door and not pull up Jello. Like,
You're not about to tell me. Hold up, let me look at that.
They pulled up a few guys, and the other guys got signed on different teams. I think one went to your team, Zen. Was it Scotty Lewis or McGriff?
6'8", two-way player.
Yes.
Second round pick.
Who was it from the Swarm that went to your team?
Let me see. I forget the name.
They picked him up and gave him a 10-day or something of that nature. And then after 2 days, they sent his ass back and said, keep the money.
Yeah.
Wait. When was this?
Last season.
I'm dead.
I missed that. I thought you were talking about recently.
Say that one more time, Dex. Who was that again?
I don't know if it was Scotty Lewis or Cameron McGriff. One of them two.
It was Cam McGriff, I think.
Yeah,
it was both of them. Matter of fact, they sent them up there. And they were there for like 30 minutes, and they sent their ass right back.
They were oh my God, you guys going to contaminate our team.
That was January. Yeah.
Who was it then?
Cameron McGriff.
Yep.
I mean, the Hornets.
Yeah, I ain't heard. He played 24 games. He played 24 games for the Blazers.
Pardon me, can I say something real quick?
3 games for the Blazers, my bad.
The Hornets chat is just crazy. The Hornets posted about Steve Clifford and this chat on Instagram. They're eviscerating them.
Yeah, we talked about it.
I'm just going, good God. I ain't even typed none. I actually like the
Twitter too.
Twitter's bad. Twitter's real bad.
I haven't seen one good one.
I'm gonna drop a link. I'm gonna drop a link in the private chat for y'all to look at Twitter. Oh, I did.
No, I haven't seen one person say anything.
I'm telling you, listen. Come Monday, Old Media is going to have a field day with Michael Jordan, especially the bronzexuals. Okay, especially those who do not see Michael Jordan as the current GOAT and LeBron is. They finna have a field day with this hire against Michael Jordan and his impotence on making executive decisions.
Yeah, Charlotte Observer, which is the paper in town. Steve Clifford and LaMelo Ball, Recipe for Disaster. That's already been published. It ain't good, y'all. It really ain't good. But you know. What can you say?
The Hornets had Hernandez, Kubaka, and Nick Richard. Oh my God! Who else they had? Kai Jones, JT Thor, Scotty. Did Scotty?
Shout out to A1.
Did Scotty Lewis even play?
Dude, listen, Ray. Don't try to make sense out of this, please, Ray. Don't do it.
Bro, I'm sorry, it's so bad, bro. Holy fuck!
They need to go and get a point guard in there on that summer league team.
Shout out to Fight Sports TV.
Oh shit! It's the one and only. Shout out to A1.
Hey, I think Lakers got the steal of the draft. They didn't even get drafted. I think they got the steal though. Scottie Pippen Jr., man, 25 points a game, 2-time SEC first team all conference, and he don't get drafted?
Why not?
He might be the still draft, man. The kid gets buckets.
Why wasn't he drafted?
That's a problem. I don't know. Maybe Scotty's problems. his
He got
mama
daddy
dating,
issues.
Mama dating the players. You don't know.
It'd be like that though. It'd be like that. I'm dead.
He has focus issues for some reason.
Yeah.
He put up 25 in the SEC 2 years in a row.
Yeah,
I mean, why did he have to stay for 2 years? That's the problem.
Here's the thing. He's 6'1".
Did he play at Sierra Canyon? Did Scottie Pippen Jr. play at Sierra Canyon in high school?
Good question, Dex. I think so.
Let me see.
I guess,
college,
but I mean,
in college he played in Vanderbilt. That was college. In high school, it was.
Because they ain't like
He played.
Scottie Pippen Sr. Like,
He played.
Athlete.
Yeah, he played Sierra Canyon.
I gotta see why he slipped out.
Yeah, I feel like too. Yeah, he's sick, bro. The guy is 6'1", 180 pounds. I don't know about
Darius Garland. He's bigger than Darius Garland.
Yeah, I mean, I see some.
The kid put up 25 points in the SEC 2 years in a row.
I feel you.
He gets buckets.
I feel you.
Well, I just want to let you guys know that LeAngelo is planning to be in the summer league. I don't know if he's going to be with Greensboro Swarm or not, but he still is connected to Greensboro Swarm, and he's planning to be in the summer league.
Wait a minute.
Sharif O'Neal also signed.
Who said Jello gonna be in the summer league?
Sharif O'Neal also signed to the Lakers.
Planning on being in the summer league.
I thought that's why I didn't want to say nothing.
Hey, one sec. Scottie Pippen Jr. Hey, one might be up to something, bro. The man average. This is Vanderbilt College. Man averaged 20.4 points, 4 assists, and 4 rebounds and 5 assists. Hey. I mean,
okay, his numbers is better than Anthony Edwards, but he didn't even get drafted.
And that's the thing. And the thing is,
and he played
in order to average 20 points in college, you got to be able to get buckets because nobody averages 20 points in college.
Yeah, 20-point college.
They say LeBron finally got his Pippen.
He's a solid 80% from the free throw, and he has a solid 33% from the 3-point. So
you said 33%.
That's average.
That's
one year
about that.
Yeah, that ain't shit.
Yeah, one year he had he did good and got like a 35, so kind of helped him up. But
see, that's why I always say I don't think numbers really like you can't just look at a player's stats and then just be like, okay, well, this player that does they should be at this level. Like,
yeah, facts. I don't base everything on it.
They may not look
hold
at
on.
those games.
Ben, you said LeBron finally got his Pippen?
He finally got his Pippen, who happens to be a clutch client.
What?
Yep.
Where you get this from?
Twitter.
Are you serious?
Yep.
What about Sharif?
I'm looking at Sharif. Sharif got signed. He's definitely playing summer league for the Lakers.
The Lakers signed Sharif.
Yeah.
Right. And Scotty, Shaq, Scottie Pippen, and
Hey, the point guard position is wide open unless LeBron plays it. I'll tell you that right now.
The thing about Sharif, man,
you could bring in Colin Sexton.
I wish Sharif.
That's a $20 million bill.
Yeah.
I wish Sharif waited one more year, man. I wish one more year, bro.
Thing is about
he went undrafted.
That's looked down upon. Like it was a guy that was a senior. He played all. Senior. He was first team all conference like 3 years in a row. He went like 20 something.
And look.
Did he get picked in the draft?
Down on that the longer you stay in college for some reason.
No, he didn't get picked in the draft. And here's the thing. Look at this. Shaquille O'Neal's father.
Sharif
O'Neal's father, aka Shaq, said he was not happy with Sharif's decision to go to the NBA this season.
Nah, yeah.
I agree.
You got to see Sharif's interview.
Wait, I reported that like 3 days ago.
Yeah.
He should have waited. He should have waited, man.
Dr. O'Neal is not happy.
I be watching Sharif too on Baller's Life. I've been watching some highlights and I've been watching a couple games he had. Because what else? Not Baller's Life and then Hoop Highlights. I watched him, and I'm like, man, he got. I don't know what it is. He got to ramp it up a little bit, and he hasn't done that yet. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, he just got healthy, right? He just got healthy. You know,
He was going.
It was his heart. You know, mentally as an athlete, your heart, like that's something you got to get over. That was a mountain.
Yeah, but even before that heart surgery, he was like, he had a lot to work on.
So I looked up his heart condition. He had an extra artery in his heart. He was born with an extra artery in his heart. And it was fine until he got to a certain age and a certain size, and then it was potential to kill him. So the surgery was just to take the extra artery out of his heart so he would go on and live normal life. But he has really no chance of recurring because it was like a removal more than anything.
Right.
So he should be fine.
Yeah.
Hey, facts, Larry Bird in the chat. I said it earlier during draft night and before draft night. I said Ron Harper Jr. going to be nasty. Mark my words. He got to work on his speed and agility, but other than that, he nasty. Lefty, that nigga athletic. He can do some good lob threat. He can spread the floor a little bit. Oh, he gonna be good.
And what about this news I'm hearing about Zoe?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that later.
His recovery.
We're gonna talk about that later.
Most
We're saving
definitely.
that for later. These haters gonna realize and calm that down.
Oh yeah, I seen them reports.
LaVar Ball said, "I got my son."
Hey, just
so he been drinking milk.
What held out?
I put him back on that regular milk.
Just think about it though.
Also, guys, I reported that a week and a half ago.
Hey, but check this out though. Your boy was held out a whole year because of a bone bruise in his knee. Was supposedly the starting point guard for the Lakers.
Dude,
he came from Miami. Young kid.
Oh, you talking about Kendrick Nunn?
Kendrick Nunn was out for the whole year because of that. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't play none. Didn't see him none.
Yeah, and that was a bone bruise in his knee.
But
yeah, because they've been waiting on him for the whole year.
Forget all that. See, I ain't want to forget all that.
I'm saying, Ray,
Ball
that
said it
injury,
himself, bro.
A bone bruise.
Bro, I hear you. I agree.
Blood to the area, bro. That's a major.
I hear you. That's cool.
You know
I
what I'm
got
saying?
that part. Listen, I got that part, but you don't find it a little odd. I'm telling you. LaVar Ball said, let me take him in. Don't worry about it. I mean, the man, when I got my son, nobody knows my son than anybody other than me and Tina Ball. He has never been hurt. College never been hurt. High school, and all of a sudden, I let you guys have him. Here you go. He's stretching with rubber bands, all that bullshit, and all of a sudden he hurt. That man LaVar Ball speaking fast. He said, "Hold up, I take my son to LA, nigga. Chicago checked up on Zoe. They said, how you doing with LA and LaVar Ball work? Nigga, he looking right. He looking good.
Bro, those trainers. Hey guys, those trainers.
Speak facts on y'all, bro.
Some of those trainers in the league, they go by the book, right? And some of those that's why a lot of those guys in the league, in all sports, hire their own personal trainer.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, bro.
They don't trust the team doctors and the team trainers, all right? Because it's a certain way. It's different when a guy that's been through it, a trainer that's been. That's why those guys spend money on their own trainer, man. It's a different type of training you get. You know what I'm saying? Rather than at the facility. They're going to do the band work. They don't want to get too tight.
What'd you say?
All that shit, bro.
That's why Zion went up to Portland, remember? Zion didn't trust that shit down in New Orleans. He went to Portland.
And now
we got the LeBron James basketball center up here, bro.
He looked like a monster.
Oh yeah,
Zion's gonna be a problem, man. All that shit he got, he gonna be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, he's gonna be a problem.
But I hate to break this down to you. No one ever thought that he wasn't gonna be a monster. They just
a lot of people.
The only biggest threat they always said to him was you got to keep your eye on that weight. You can't get bigger. Charles Barkley
But that was the trainers giving him that diet. Them New Orleans trainers, they're giving him that crawfish and creatine diet.
Okay, other than going at the fire, all right, I get that part. What I'm saying is Charles Barkley said, look, I see it in him. He's got what it takes. Very athletic. He can do his thing. Very dominant. But you cannot do it on that type of weight for so long. And
Charles Barkley was doing the same thing until Moses Malone slapped him across the face, bro. All right, Zion ain't got no Moses Malone in that locker room.
Yeah,
MVP, champion MVP, a league MVP. He ain't got nobody like that in the locker room. CJ McCullough might be that for him, but he didn't even call CJ McCullough when he got drafted. Waited 2 weeks, so it's no
CJ called him out.
McCullough's a
Zion don't
company man.
respect nobody in that locker room.
Everybody knows CJ McCullough's a company man.
Definitely is.
Yep.
Hey, Dex, Anthony Alvarado said, "Calm down, speaking of Dormers. You already know Sky and what you call him, Jessica. Pull up with the
Soon as they hear them pigeons, boy, here they come running.
Here they come.
Alvarado. All I'm saying is that this is rumor, that the training staff of the New Orleans Pelicans was giving Zion a diet of crawfish, boudin, and creatine.
And for dessert, it was an ice cream sundae with extra cherries.
And some beignets.
They gave him what he wanted.
And for
no restrictions. There was no restrictions on the diet.
And a large coat.
A large coat.
No ice.
Poor Zion.
With a side of McDonald's French fries.
And some crack.
Hey, that's the crack. McDonald's French fries is crack.
And listen, and after he ate, he went home and there was a food basket waiting at the door saying, "Here you go, sponsored by."
Even I know better. Even I know better not to eat McDonald's French fries, but I can't. I gotta go to French Fries Anonymous.
Hey, listen, Zion signed up that
Bro, but
endorsement.
that was a problem of, like, the dude was bored. What happens when you bored and you're young? You eat.
You saw him. You saw him laying down on that commercial.
And he wasn't eating. He was eating good, nigga. Like,
Yeah. You born, you old, you eat.
His DoorDash bill is off the chain. I guarantee it.
I can relate.
He got a world record in Uber bills.
Dude, you best believe none of those drivers.
Uber Eat bills.
And you best believe none of those drivers try to steal his meal. I wish you would steal his meal. I wish you would.
He counting every last French fry.
Hey,
It's supposed to be 122 French fries in here, Jim.
Hey, fellas,
Now you know.
He was 26 and 8 fat. Now he in shape. He gonna be a problem.
That's the only thing I excuse Zion. I excuse Zion on the McDonald's French fries because nobody can break that addiction. You got to go to prison to get off that addiction.
You know all the DoorDash drivers' first names, know their families, invite them over.
He know the miles. He know the distance.
Hey, facts, Josh Jackson, Sky and Jess ain't never been in the stream. Watch them pull up just because we talking about them. They gonna pull up. Nah.
Pretty much.
No, Sky was here earlier. Sky was in the chat earlier.
All right. You know, Jessica, the same guy y'all call him fat, we the same guy y'all want.
Are y'all ready for a crazy prediction? Kevin Durant will be a Portland Trailblazer. Where he should have been in the first place.
Too crazy.
Where he should have been in the first place.
You're speaking from an alternative universe.
If Kyrie leaves, Kevin's leaving.
Super.
What's in the Northwest Pacific that Durant wants to see?
Dame Dollar in a championship.
Bro, even the arena looks boring, bro. Looks depressing.
Are you kidding me? The motor? The motor's the shit. Come on now.
Bowl. Listen, hey Ray, when you go to Portland and you go over there by the road, it's like a spaghetti bowl. You don't know what exit is what, and your GPS give out on you.
Oh, and Los Angeles is very clear. You're right about that. Y'all don't got gigantic y'all got 4x4 four leaves in LA. You got 4x4 clover leaves in LA, and you talking crazy? Come on, man.
Every time the Portland,
y'all got the web in LA, and you got to never talk about Portland infrastructure.
Dude,
you know what the web is. I know you know what the web is.
Every time Portland's home game and my team is playing them, I be like, it's like that whole arena just starts saying, "How do I say goodbye?"
The only good thing about
that doesn't stand the reason because we've been in the playoffs with the exception of this year for 9 years straight, which is a lot more than I can say for y'all teams.
Hey, The only good thing about Portland, you can see Canada, and if you jump off the bridge, it only take you about 15 minutes to swim over to another country.
Man, y'all know Portland.
You must think Portland is Seattle, bro.
Y'all know Portland House.
You must think you don't know your geography very well because that's called Seattle, sir.
Hey Dex, what is Portland's logo specifically, anyways?
It's a blue tarp for the homeless. It's a blue tarp for the homeless.
It's obtuse geometry. That's what their logo is. Obtuse geometry.
It's a Rubik's Cube with 2 colors.
I'm telling you, it's a blue tarp with a hypodermic needle going one direction.
A hypodermic needle? Oh, my God.
And a meth pipe going the other direction. That's the Portland flag, buddy.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to y'all. It's foul. The city right now is...
It's
the
one
chaos,
operational zone. What's they call that?
The bullshit downtown. The bullshit downtown was nothing. The homeless problem is really what the problem is.
What they call that zone? What they
What's
call
that?
it? That zone
What's
that
that?
they had down there.
Operation Free Agent. Go get Carmelo Anthony type of deal.
No,
What you talking about?
the zone they had when it was all that.
Oh, now you confusing Portland and Seattle. That was Seattle.
No, but Portland had one too.
No, we didn't. No.
Y'all have one of those zones?
Nope. We got a homeless area that you would swear was something like that, but no, we didn't have anything like that in Portland.
Oh, okay.
Nah, Portland's laid back as hell.
Nobody have a bigger homeless problem than Los Angeles. They have the biggest homeless problem.
Listen, I'm about to say that. It seems like people move. If you want to be homeless in life, I guess the best place to be homeless is on the West Coast.
Yeah, you got to come to LA.
It's warm. Because it's warm. That's why we got so many homeless people.
And let me tell you something. Portland, what I'm looking at, everybody is next to everybody. So if you rob
homeless
somebody,
in LA got rights. You know that, right?
Look, hey, Dex, they're so close to each other, right?
You better not touch a homeless person in LA. Your ass going to jail.
If somebody robbed you in Portland, they be like, hey, John, that's you.
Hey, it's a dense city.
They know each other.
It's a dense city and it's growing really fast. We almost hit,
cousins and brothers.
Hey, we almost grew 1 million people in the last 10 years. Portland's growing fast. Straight up. We up to 3.5 million up here. It's getting big.
And Portland, your uncle could be your dad. I got a dad uncle.
That's so funny.
Portland didn't start reproducing.
Okay, Dex. So Los Angeles is 5% black, which means y'all could be fucking each other too. So cut it out.
Oh
no, it's a lot of interracial going on. You already know that, Zen.
Let's not go too crazy.
I know Zen don't have no chill. Zen have no chill.
Nah, my chill.
It's a lot of interracial. You know that in LA, it's a lot of interracial relationships.
My chill got left in the 90s.
Well.
Yeah, man, that's everywhere. I mean, to be honest, me and my ex-wife walked around Portland, first came up here, and people was looking at us like, what are y'all two doing together?
Who are you?
Why are you two black folks together? What's your child? I ain't gonna lie. It's that much, But I love Portland, man. It's a great place to live. And I encourage you all to come visit, but come in the summer.
Oh man.
Come in the summer.
What's going on with your basketball team?
I think we're going to be great. I think we are going to get a big name free agent because of Dame. And this is my point, especially with guys like Giannis.
Heard it all before.
Guys like Giannis and Dame, if they stick to it, guys like Jordan, if they stick to it in a franchise, they will attract somebody.
Portland.
They will attract somebody.
Sweet.
Gotta draft y'all.
I mean, does anybody want to go to Dallas? Anybody want to move to Dallas?
Sweet Portland.
But do you think sooner or later somebody's going to join Luka? They will.
I don't know if people really want to play.
They got a draft. They start.
Nah, somebody's going to join Luka.
Listen, I feel y'all about Luka. I mean, he is a baller. I don't see a lot of guys be like, I really want to play with Luka, bro. I don't know if it's because of his ball dominance, but it's just I don't know.
The fact that everybody in the NBA been clamoring to get Dame out of Portland for 2 years tells me everything I need to know about his desirability. People want to play with Dame, period. I'm glad he's staying. And y'all going to pay for your comments. You're going to pay for your insolence. He is going to make you pay for your insolence.
No, we're not, Ben. No, we're not, because history has already shown us that only person who want to go to Portland is crazy people like Rasheed Wallace.
Damian, Lamont, Ali, Lillard is going to make y'all pay for it.
Hey, they had their chance when it was up 3-1 on Golden State.
Hey, come on now. It's the Warriors.
They was up 3-1. I was like,
Yeah.
damn, this is about to blow these dudes away.
Yeah.
These
Yeah.
niggas
Well,
won 3 in a row. I'm like, damn.
we just saw Boston get 3-0. Warriors got 3-0 in the finals. It happened.
So with the population of 650,380, Portland is known for their parks, bridges, and bicycle paths.
Look at the Portland metropolitan area, which includes Vancouver, Washington. It's 3 million people.
Vancouver, Washington.
Look at the MSA, the Greater Portland MSA. It's 3 million people.
Vancouver.
Our city crosses a state boundary pretty much.
Yeah, most people would love to live in Vancouver, Washington.
Because they don't pay taxes, so they don't pay income taxes. So a lot of people live there, and then they come over to Portland to shop and not pay any sales taxes. So there's some benefits to living in Vancouver, but you don't want to cross that bridge every day. It's a bitch.
I know, but Vancouver's it looks really nice. It looks really nice over there.
It's kind of hood, and they run oil trains through Vancouver too. It's not a great place to live.
Well, you sound very discouraging of Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah, you don't want to. It's all right, but you wouldn't want to necessarily live in the city of Vancouver.
So,
A1 on No Panic. Whoever didn't get a chance to speak yet. What's your thoughts on the situation with James, with my man Steve Clifford?
Oh, that new head coach? Who is Steve Clifford? Did he coach that shit? Like, who is he?
Who?
I think his phone breaking up.
Say that one more time.
I'm laughing because his mic was working so well, and then I go, now it's time to put him in the shine, and Mike starts working.
No Panic. What's your thoughts on the situation with Steve Clifford?
I mean, I don't think they know what they're doing no more. They going. I will see with another first-time head coach of theirs that they're going to get. They're going to get somebody already had before. What he did the first time around and impressed you enough to say we might bring him back. He might do some good with this roster. Like, he ain't developed nobody when he was in Charlotte beforehand. They ain't going nowhere. I don't know. I just want Melo to stay healthy until he can force his way out. Boy, I know what they're doing, man.
Yeah, man, that seemed like nobody seems to be happy about this pick. Wouldn't you been more happy with D'Antoni instead of this? Anybody but Steve Clifford.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, because
Mark Jackson, man. Well, I come Mark Jackson. What the fuck is going? Mark Jackson would be perfect for that roster for Melo. He's a fucking Mark Jackson. People forget Mark Jackson's like 4th or 5th on the all-time assist list.
Yeah,
people forget that.
Point himself.
Yeah, he's top 5, man. Like, he knows. Like, I don't get it. Like, that would be the first person I would go after.
I say it's time to demand a trade.
Like, all right, he learned from that mistake. He ain't gonna wear it on his shoulder and make everybody do the shit. Like, he learned. Like, man, the man can coach. He knows the game. Like, the guys he can bring into the building. It's ridiculous. The assistant coaches. Like, I don't get it, man.
Give him a second chance, for crying out loud. Give him a second chance.
Michael Jordan, bring him in as Mike, like as MJ, and it ain't got nothing to do with color. Mark Jackson has the resume, man. It's crazy.
But no, you got to consider him and MJ were competitors. Might be bad blood. They took shit personal back then. He might not like Mark Jackson.
Yeah, New York and Indiana, huh?
Yep.
Both those teams.
Yep. He might not like him.
Yeah, because Jordan holds a grudge. That shit don't go nowhere either.
Yeah, and it's time for him to grow up on that type of shit, man. Let it go.
Yeah, for real.
It's a game. It's a children's game that you just happen to be the best at ever, and were able to earn this living and continue to earn a living, but don't take it so goddamn seriously.
Right, man. It's just like that would be the perfect pick for him, for me. You know what I'm saying? Like It's a no-brainer. Mark Jackson, that's it. Let's get your squad, your staff in here, and get these kids cracking.
Yeah, I
Fast
think that.
pace, up and down. Like all they think is Mark Jackson's gonna preach on them is defense, and that's what they need. But they're gonna play fast. They're gonna. I don't get it, man.
Yeah, them owners got a lock on Jackson. They probably agreed as a council never to hire him again.
Yeah, that got to be it.
Yeah. For that little bit of shit, it ain't. But you see, I mean, one guy can kneel on the field, and his career is over. Other people can, rape women in a massage parlor,
Right.
Come on, Zan.
and he gets signed to a $240 million contract. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
all
crazy.
relative.
Yeah, it just blows my mind. That blows my mind. It was a problem like that in the NFL for a long time, and it's like a petition that went around like 10 years after I stopped playing. If there were no black backup quarterbacks, once you was black and you was a starter and you was that was done. It's not like that for the other side, right? Once those dudes are their talent goes, or they're just not good enough, they end up being second, third string for another 10 years, getting that money, but not for brothers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Once they were done, it wasn't no backup position. It wasn't no second string. They were done out the league.
Like you can't, that's some truth. Like you can't even remember a long-term backup black quarterback that ain't been a start at one point and just spent the last 2 years maybe on the roster.
Right, yeah. The last couple of years is we've Tyrod Taylor, but either Tyrod Taylor has been starter, and then he got hurt, and that made him the backup.
Shit. There's a lot of white quarterbacks that do get that long run as a backup to, like, if something happened, they right there already.
Yep.
All I'm saying is this dude ain't commit no crimes.
He ain't nothing.
He didn't commit no crime.
All they said was he didn't take no shit from the ownership. That's basically what happened.
Well, no, there's more to it than that. But
yeah, the religious
being
thing.
having political beliefs is not a crime, and it shouldn't prevent anybody from being hired into an employment situation, especially one as unique as being a head coach in the NBA, where you're eminently qualified over most of the coaches in the NBA. And if it was anybody else, and this is, why I mentioned the NFL and the shit they let people get away with, especially the NFL. If this was anybody else, they're back in 5 years. They're back in.
Yep.
The only non-person of color I've ever seen some shit like this happen to is Pete Rose. The only one.
Yeah.
Everybody else gets away with it.
Undeniable. Yeah, you're right.
Right. Everybody else gets away with it. But black folks do a little something out of their purview, and you banned for life. So no, I never agree with what Mark Jackson did or even his beliefs. But I believe in second chances, and I believe the man can learn from what he did. It's just stupid to hold his career hostage like this.
I think people
he's a leader of men.
Yeah.
Yeah, like people.
Mark Jackson is a leader of men. He'll walk into that locker room and have complete respect from all the players because of what he did as a player and the way he carries himself, man.
Right. You can have all the beliefs in the world. I got beliefs. We all do. But when I walk into the workplace, they get left behind.
I understand, man. It's irrelevant. To be honest with you, it's very relevant. But to be honest with you, we gotta move on to real basketball talk, man. Sometimes we get too political, man. We gotta take the political shit. It's times where we do that, but right now we got a breaking news situation right now in Charlotte that we need to attend to. That's the most important thing right now.
Good candidate. I believe that because Stotts offensively will let you do what you want. He's not going to coach you very well on defense, but if you already know that going in, then you help steer his hire on the defensive side of the ball, to compensate for that. But again, I know how much Damian Lillard loved Terry Stotts, and he plays the same position as LaMelo Ball, which tells me what I needed to know about Stotts. He'd have been a much better hire.
Yeah,
winning
Terry Stotts would have been
record.
a much better hire. Yeah, I agree with that. Than this Clifford guy. Like, what is his origins? Is it North Carolina? How you get the job? Like,
I mean, I looked at his Wikipedia. It's Adelphi University. Coached 4 years at Adelphi. after Adelphi, East Carolina, assistant for the Knicks, assistant for the Rockets, assistant for the Magic and the Lakers, then became the Hornets head coach. So he did 5 years as an assistant in
Wait
the
a minute, he was
NBA.
already the Hornets head coach?
Four years
Yeah,
as an assistant in the NBA.
Oh wow, he was already the Hornets head coach, and they rehired him, and they don't even
right
bring
before
in.
JB.
Yeah.
They don't bring in a Maurice Cheeks. They don't bring in. Oh my God, bro!
I
Like,
think they about to find within 2 years until they get the right coach. I think he'll stopgap. But the thing that crazy about the whole junk is like your finalists, right? Your finalists have been what's his name?
bro,
D'Antonio.
it's Marcus Camby coaching. It's so many of these young guys, man, that are 40, between 40 and 45, that just retired 5-6 years ago, that are coaching.
How about this? Go get the guy who just won the national championship.
There you go.
How about that?
I mean, like they have two finalists. They choose one walk away. They go into the backup, and the backup still get chosen over for somebody that we ain't even see him as finalist in the last round.
Man, you get to coach Melo. You get to coach Melo. That's damn near like saying you get to coach Magic Johnson. Like, that's I know people want the job. See what you can get. I mean, have 10 interviews, man. This is a process.
It seemed like it was only a certain pool of people.
Yeah, but this is a process for the next 10 years, man. You want to keep this kid. Whatever that takes, whatever you want to marry yourself to him. I don't get it, man. Like, me and y'all could sit down and list 10 guys we want to bring in, interview them, and choose a better coach. Like right now, we can do that.
Well, we just gonna have to sit back and see what happens at this point.
Yeah,
that's
but
for sure.
I think really what's more important is Mitch Kupchak getting some pieces. You know, what pieces you think they need? What kind of players complement Steve Clifford? Do anybody know his style? Some people say he emphasizes defense. I mean, you could have, if you wanted a defensive-minded coach, like I said, there's a lot of other people, you know, but I mean, it is what it is. This is the hire. So at some point, we got to really start to think of what can he do, because there ain't nobody else but him now. He's the coach.
They got to package those picks and go ahead and get that center from Indiana. They want to break up that anyway, so they might as well go ahead and go get the kid. But I mean, somebody that's going to be in there and know how to play the game, man. The Hornets are ready to win. Like, damn, they made the play in 2 years in a row with young ass kids, and you know,
right.
Let's be factual. Mediocre talent. Those guys are.
If you wanna know what Clifford style is, just think Kemba Walker when he went in Charlotte. That's what he doing. That's what he brings to the table.
I don't know. Looks like they stuck with him.
Yeah, so, it is, man. Shout out Jessica, man. I wish we could have got what's the name. They walked away with a steal, right? Willie Green. And no more Willie Greens coming out.
Yeah, it is. It's plenty of them out there on coaching staff.
Who?
Flight. There's plenty of them.
Udoka was one.
That's why you have a research. That's why you have a search company. You go, and it's Michael Jordan. Like, you know who's who.
They didn't do shit. They really didn't do shit.
What about Anthony Hardaway? What about Penny? What about those guys, man? Those guys, sit them down. Hey, this is an opportunity. Come in here, blah, 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 blah. You, MJ, you can sit down with anybody and you choose Cliff. You choose the other guy before. Come on, man.
It's pretty sad. Brago's laughing his ass off somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Now it's all about, can they get some results? I think that's what's the most important thing.
Stackhouse, I think, would have been a good pick. Somebody just mentioned Stack in the comments. North Carolina dude.
Yep. Jerry Stackhouse. But anyway, y'all right. You know, that's crying over spilt milk. So
who else? What about Sam Cassell?
Sam Cassell, Maurice Cheeks. The
I
other
don't know
kid
about
from North
Maurice
Carolina.
Cheeks.
Yeah, me either.
The other kid from North Carolina, Maurice Cheeks, is on the bench with Chicago.
He kind of
Yeah,
old.
but when he was the head coach, it didn't work out.
North Carolina that put up Jamerson. He's on the bench.
I don't know. Mo Cheeks is 65.
I don't know. Mo Cheeks ain't the right hire. Somebody said Gary Payton Sr. I don't know. Earl Watson, maybe. Earl Watson got cheated out there in Phoenix. They wasn't playing for him.
If they had hire Earl Watson, Melo would have been
I would
free
like to
this
see
year.
Earl Watson look a little better. Like look in a different situation because I ain't like what happened in Phoenix. And he ain't gonna never get another shot. Shout out Basil Carpenter Jr., Slim, Tyler Murray, everybody that's in the building. We got breaking news in the NBA, y'all. Crazy. Somebody saying LaVar Ball. How you think Melo thinks about this hire? Does it even matter? Do you feel like he just gonna do his thing regardless?
Probably. That would be my guess. If you don't like it, you're gonna be like, whatever. Especially if they didn't consult him, he's gonna be like, whatever. And there ain't no way they consulted this dude if they go rehire a coach who was there 5 years ago. No way. He's gonna be like, whatever. Get me out of here.
So we got Rico in the building. Rico, what's good? We got breaking news in the NBA now. What's your thoughts on this situation, man?
For real retread. Like for real retread.
Yeah, this guy, like I said, is crazy. He was literally the head coach while Jordan, I think, was there. Like, it's crazy. And they fired him. I think he coached Kemba, I think.
What's the saying? People are exes for a reason.
Yeah, was he the last coach that got him to the playoffs?
Yeah.
Stupid organizations make stupid decisions.
Shit is crazy.
Shout out to Rico.
What up?
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the situation, man? It's breaking news, man. LaMelo Ball has a new coach, and his name is Steve Clifford. Damn.
Utter disappointment.
Yeah, Rico, what you think about it?
I don't know. I can laugh, I can do that, but I'm speechless. Flay, I don't know.
Speechless.
I don't. How do you make sense of this? He wasn't even one of the finalists. His name didn't even come up. It's like, damn, I had no other options. That's what this was.
This is safety and security.
Like, damn, I had no other options. Oh, I know him. That's what it was.
Yeah, let's bring back Clifford. Let's bring back Cliff. He did
like you don't got no other options. Like, oh yeah, I can do this.
Right, we don't have to pay him much. We give him $3 million a year. He'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll get the coach right next time. That's what this is. But I don't know. They still got to figure out what they're doing with the actual roster.
I mean, Chicago got to figure out what the fuck they doing with their roster.
That's a fact.
Excuse my language. I don't understand their picks.
Glad I got Chauncey. I
don't know, man.
Unless
they go for Rudy Gobert. That's the only thing that makes sense, but I doubt it.
They can't go back into the season with the same roster.
I see people saying like Clifford is a defensive coach, but look at the Ross he dealing with. Like, he don't got no defensive players, so that don't really matter at the end of the day.
He's a defensive coach. He hasn't coached in like 20 years, right?
No, he been the coach before JB.
Oh,
this dude coached the Magic last year.
Yeah.
Just left the Magic. This is ridiculous.
Wait, he was the head coach of the Magic?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
And granted, to play devil's advocate to my own point, like I mean, he does take Orlando to the playoffs. So.
Legit.
Hey, what you guys think? Not to go off topic real quick, just
we got Purple Baby too.
A 2 little minute spiel. What you guys think about Oklahoma freaking City, man? Good
Yeah,
Lord.
they won the draft. They're gonna be a problem in the future.
Good Lord, man.
They know what to do as a small market. They're going to build through the draft. Instead of trying to chase free agents, they do it in waves. They're
And
smart.
And
they don't pay
Flight,
people.
can you explain to me what the Knicks front office is thinking? Are they trying to get Kyrie? Because that's the only thing I can make sense of. Because I know they're not getting rid of all that shit for Jalen Brunson. Please tell me no. That's the Knicks fan for you.
Silence.
No answer.
They traded away 2 picks yesterday, but they picked up 3 first-round picks. So I guess that's assets. That's a lot of assets.
It sure is a lot of assets, man. Purple Baby, what's the deal? 816 is in the building. We got breaking news in the NBA. We have a new head coach in Charlotte. LaMelo Ball has a new head coach, and the man's name is Steve Clifford. What's your thoughts?
Trash. Straight trash.
This wasn't the home run.
Don't hold back now.
Like, I think everybody yesterday.
At some point, we're gonna have to find some type of. I guess he gonna have to show us, to gain everybody's respect. Otherwise, everybody right now is just disgusted with this hire.
But if we really think, I don't think. First of all, I think this has a lot to do with Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier. He's not really trying to move them. He wants to keep them. He thinks very highly of them. They not. This ain't. I know they were bad on defense, but you could have found somebody else. I know I don't feel well, so that's why I sound like that.
You ain't got that thing, do you?
Hopefully,
Get some honey tea in that. Get some honey tea in that throat.
Get you a PCR test.
But like when we look at they picks, like I wasn't aware until a couple of days ago that Mason Plumlee is on. They let his guaranteed contract kick in of like either 9 or 10 million. I think it was 9.1 million. Like I was just shaking my head. I'm like, what are they doing? Like you paid Terry Rozier. You could have traded him last season and have whatever other team pay him. But they think he's so important. They trying to make him out of a star, I guess. Him and Gordon. They want them to be selected for all-star games. I don't think they care much about Bridges, even though I think Bridges don't deserve a max. They don't care about them young players at all. And I feel bad for Book Knight because they are insistent on playing him at point guard. I don't know why. It's terrible.
Yeah, Hornets in a situation, man, because I don't think Miles Bridges is a max player. I'm not giving him max money.
Ding, 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 ding. Right there. That's the issue. Everybody's a max player data, though. That's the problem.
I think no matter what people say, is he a max player? Shout out to Raw Truth Media in the building. We got a legend in the building. Everybody right now that y'all need to go subscribe. If you're not subscribed to Raw Truth Media, my guy DJ, you're really cheating yourself. Don't cheat yourself, treat yourself. My man knows the Ball family like no other. You understand? I mean, y'all need to pay the utmost homage. You understand when the legends roll in the building. Let me roll up to this chat right now. My fault. He says the Hornets, no words. I'm telling you right now, it's not looking good. I'm on Twitter, I'm on Instagram, I'm looking at the chat. Everybody is disgusted. Right now, I guess everybody's letting their trauma out
But at some point, I guess we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to figure something out with this guy. But this is a disaster. This is obviously a Jordan move. This look like a guy they're gonna be able to slap around. Like I stated before, he'll get the donuts, the coffee, all of that good stuff. I think D'Antoni, believe it or not, he's not so much of a pushover as y'all might think. You ain't gonna be able to just run up in his practice, and try to wreak havoc. You understand? Steve Clifford, there is some familiarity. You understand? Part of me, it's crazy out here. You understand? There's a lot of wild stuff going on, man. It's a tripped out. I hate this. I hate
the
this.
good old Flight. It's the good old boys club, and he's part of the good old boys club, man.
I would like to say too, besides mention Danny Ainge, ain't they like one of the oldest two tenured NBA GMs right now?
Say what?
Danny Ainge isn't a GM anymore.
Oh, so it's just Mitch that's left from however long ago. Everybody else besides Pat Riley, because I know he has a say in who Miami drafts.
Yeah, Pat Riley's the president. He's more. He's
New York City. Quiz, what up?
Hey, what's shaking with you, Flight?
No,
Hey,
Quiz,
man.
what the hell is going on? I got questions and I need answers. What the hell is going on?
I'm over here. I just came on here because I like the little backdrop photo you got there. It looks like Michael Jordan hired his twin brother from another mother. You know what I mean? The white version. He looking Mike Jordan in the face and the head over there. You know what I mean? If Michael Jordan was a white dude, that's him. Maybe that has something to do with the reason why he was hired. I don't know. You know what I mean? My guess is as good as yours. You know what I mean?
Bald identity.
There we go. So, you know what I mean? Look, they have a lot of brain power over there between the two of them. So, you know what I mean? I'm sure that they'll figure it out.
And they ain't even like, they had a couple of coaches in between the last time he went to court. They had one coach that they just fired in between the last time he went to coach of the scene.
Man, this is disastrous. It's crazy. But this was the only guy. This guy, like I said, he swooped in like a thief in the night. Nobody was looking at this guy. He was on nobody's radar. If you said you thought Steve Clifford was going to be hired, you're lying. Nobody's seen this coming. I don't see how this was the right move for LaMelo Ball. Obviously, you see what happened with the situation with Kupchak. He stated, you heard what the man said. He didn't consult with anybody, and I was including LaMelo Ball. So he obviously didn't, think of. I don't know what the hell is going on.
They're not gonna pay
it's crazy. We need to get some
man.
fresh blood in these organizations. We got a lot of these retreads in the organization too. Mitch Kupchak. It might be time to. I'm not. It's crazy. I want to see something with the personnel, man. Period. Forget about this coach. We got to think about it. But at some point, I want the players. If Mitch Kupchak go out there and go do something crazy, get a star in here, or get some real serious pieces, okay, then all bets are off. Because I think if you get LaMelo Ball a superstar in here, I don't think it's gonna matter with the coach. Who the coach gonna be, in my opinion. You just need to stay the hell out the way.
Well, I mean, he's hired now, man. You got to give the dude a chance now. So we'll see what it is, what his philosophies are. What's this guy's background in coaching anyway?
I know that he was in Orlando. All I know about Steve Clifford is he's a guy who gets you to the playoffs. Like I said, Borrego, he couldn't get you to the playoffs. He got you to the play-in. This guy get you to the AFC. But where his teams usually, what happened with his teams was, they would usually lose in the either a sweep or 5 games. You understand? It's just crazy. It's wild. It's a gentleman's sweep, coach. I just expected something different.
So, he's been a coach of the Hornets from 2013 to 2018, and then he going to the Mavericks for the last couple of years, and now he's back.
So I wanted to ask y'all this: do we really expect this team to be better than like Atlanta, Brooklyn? Brooklyn, it's a possibility.
I don't know about Brooklyn, Atlanta.
For sure, Atlanta.
I don't know for sure, but I know. I think definitely Brooklyn. I think if they get everybody back, all bets is off.
So let me see. What do y'all remember? Who was 7? Well, Brooklyn was 7 last year, right?
Listen, in short, I don't expect them to be better than any of those teams. They're still a lot younger, and we have to see what they're going to do on the court. Atlanta, at least they have playoff experience. The Atlanta Hawks have made the playoffs the last like 3 years. Am I correct, Flight? The year before last, they went deep in
they
the
did.
playoffs. Last year they was there for a couple of T, but the year before that they made the playoffs. So Trey Young has already proven that he could get to the playoffs at the very least. You know what I mean? The Hornets still have a ways to go, or it might not even be super far to go, but we gotta see. We gotta see. I would say if you're a Hornets fan, I mean, everybody's disappointed when they don't get their way. I wish that the Hornets could have got like a younger coach from somewhere, or either that or a more seasoned dude. Like D'Antoni probably wouldn't have been too bad for them. But, you got to give the dude a chance at least. And let's see what it looks like on the court. Plus, let's see how the development of the players on the Hornets are too. I think that a couple of these guys got to get a little bit better. Miles Bridges had a disastrous playing game, and a couple of do really well in the playing. So hopefully they come back next year ready to play some ball and just keep evolving where they are.
I think people just don't look at it as a sexy hire. That's all it does.
But
I mean, you do got to give him a chance now, but his name just don't.
Yeah, that's why I said at some point. But right now, I'm just disgusted. But we obviously have to give him a chance. We got no choice.
But y'all got to think that he was a Hornets coach prior to, like,
That's
for the
what I'm
fans
saying.
that don't like it. That's Hornets fans. It's the reason why.
Why would you fire a dude then rehire him a year or two later for the same exact job?
Yeah, that's why I said that's why you got a boring. It's just a boring sound to hearing Steve Clifford got hired to the Hornets when you've been expecting D'Antoni or Mark Jackson or even Atkinson. Like
Bro, that's laziness, man. That's
you always want to smash your ex when you see her, but you probably shouldn't.
You bypass all your.
I'll talk to y'all later. I gotta get out. Peace, y'all.
Later.
Maybe Zen was speaking about his real life right now. It's the reason why he got to get up off of here.
I just think that's just a lazy. That was just a lazy process, man. Lazy. Your coach quit on you. Reopen up the whole process. Bring in five more guys.
Right.
Don't hire a guy who was fired 2 years ago.
I want to be a fly on the wall in that meeting between D'Antoni and Mike. Like, what happened? Like, yeah, we ain't pick you the first time, but we kicking the ties again on you. And then you end up hiring somebody who ain't even been in the finals from the first coaching hires. Like, that's crazy. It's like they had him in his back pocket. Like, if we can't get the coach we want, or we can't get them at the price we want, or whatever, we always got Clifford. He ready. He at the house.
You know what else though is like when you get these coaches and you bring them in, it's not just the coach. It's their assistant coaches and stuff like that. Maybe that's one of the reasons they brought this dude back, because he was somebody who could
cheat.
Well, not just cheat, but somebody who could mesh with the people that they already have. They may not, I don't know.
The reason why I throw out the word cheat because the reports coming out on Atkinson, the reason why he didn't stay is because he had a figure. He had one of his assistants to get paid, and Jordan I won't pay that.
I knew it. I called it. That's crazy.
So when I say cheap,
who's that? Marquez?
Antonio probably had one
Rico.
more than he been getting the first time.
What up, Quiz?
Think about it. Like D'Antoni probably want more money this time than he probably gonna get the last time because he know he like your only other shot because you messed up the first round. Jordan said, "Listen, you ain't about the big boy me. I'll go get Clifford. He at the house." Trying to tell you, Jordan seems petty like that.
Listen, if Clifford put brown shoe polish on his face, I promise you. Let me stop.
What is it, that Jordan twin?
Oh, that's how he got the job. Hey, you know what? But the NBA is an interesting place. This guy might, for all we know, he might not even make it the whole year.
Yeah, that's true. But even if you do that now, like what player? Even I know Bello young, so he might not be thinking on his route right now. But he probably is if he got older people around him. But it's like you already showing him that y'all don't know what y'all doing. Now he's supposed to put his career in y'all hands for the next X amount of years. Like I don't care how inexperienced you was in the NBA or in professional sports. Like That's a bad sign when a leader, the person you look to going to lead the organization out off the court, they don't even know how to make good decisions.
I asked No Panic before the season started. I was trying to see if people of LaMelo should request a trade, bro. And what I keep hearing back is that NBA rookies can't request trades because of the drawback.
You can't do that, Rico. Like he hasn't played enough NBA to be doing stuff like that just yet. But
listen,
bro,
if you're as a Melo fan,
sorry, it's over.
I mean, I feel you as a Melo fan, but he's still a super young player.
I wouldn't say just from a Melo fan. It's
I don't think Melo
anyone.
will get pushback from the fans.
But I'm saying I think he get pushback from the owners and them. But
talent
they
outweigh
clearly, but look, they're clearly making dumb decisions that's gonna waste years on his career. Why would it be wrong for any rookie, not just LaMelo, any rookie to request a trade, bro? Like
that
look at the
doesn't.
projection right
You've
now.
never seen that, and you're not gonna see that, unfortunately. You know what I mean? The NBA is an industry, and they bring these guys in on that rookie contract. And the reason why the NBA is involved in that is so that they can keep fans in all of these different markets. But after that rookie contract, if you're not happy, the team that you're with will be able to offer you the most money, but that don't mean you got to take it. I'm pretty sure if he doesn't like the way things are there, as soon as that rookie contract is up, he's out.
But can y'all imagine the narrative that's going to take place this upcoming season? Because a lot of people don't like LaMelo at all. So with a team,
who don't like LaMelo at all? Who are these wild people you talking about?
Out there that just hate him.
No, stop it. LaMelo went to the All-Star this year. He wasn't a legit All-Star. He was still in a rookie kind of class or rookie sophomore class All-Star, but he was featured this year. And he had very serviceable numbers. Like seriously,
and
he's done very well for a person in his class.
And go ahead.
Wait. Go ahead.
No, I understand what you're saying. Like I know that to be true, but like I remember Cade, when Cade had got drafted, and people was sitting up there. Oh, Cade's better than LaMelo. Cade's this. I'd rather have Cade as my point guard.
They do that every year.
I'm just saying. I think it's gonna be on overdrive this year, even though the Pistons are even younger than the Hornets. Technically, they have the potential down the line to be a better team than what the Hornets have, mainly because they play their young players. So
I wouldn't say that. I mean, the Hornets were better than the Pistons this year.
I know. I said potential.
Yeah, potential. The Hornets are better than the Pistons right now for sure, right? And I mean, if Miles Bridges can just continue from where, like the problem with the Hornets for me, you know what I mean? Now, mind you, there's a lot of people here who probably feel different than I feel, but I feel as though, like this is some of the problem that you have with young players. Those guys didn't play really well when the spotlight was on, and he really needed them to play in that playing game. They really, a lot of them had bad games, not just one. There was enough blame to go around, but they had a good season. You know what I mean? Now they just need to pick up in this next season, work in this off season, get a little bit better. I think that Miles Bridges showed that he could play. I think they have a dude who's 7'2", so they actually have a center there who's a young player that they just got out of this draft. And we got to see what they're doing on the court. Gordon Hayward should be out of there soon. So
I doubt that. But what if they don't play Mark Williams at all and they go with Mason Plumlee?
Why would they do that? Come on now, think about it. Why would they do that?
They did that with Book Night.
No. They're gonna play the.
But I agree. They're going to play him now. But I just saying, just to her point, like they did that with Book Night. So
yeah, they did, but they won't do that with him because they need him. And Plumlee is a certified.
Don't they send him to the G League?
Yeah,
they send him. Yeah, they send him all to the G League.
Yeah,
I don't get it. She do got a point there, kind of. Like, I don't get it myself. I don't think that that good, anyways. But they definitely don't get no burn.
Sure don't.
Like they still got.
You can't do any worse than Plumlee. Let's be real. You really can't do worse than him.
I mean, but if that's the case, why you got Nick Richards in the G League instead of playing, right?
Yeah.
You really can't do any worse than that.
Well, I mean, I think the things to me that are
Or
interesting is,
Bismack Biyombo. Why is he on the court?
well, I mean, you got Plumlee out there. I'd play Bismack over him.
Yeah.
Hey, what happened to PJ Washington? He hasn't really fully fulfilled his potential either. You know what I mean? Still got a bunch of question marks with some of them young players.
I think the problem with the Hornets is that they don't want to allow the young players to make mistakes. They're trying to build this playoff team led by young players, but they want these vets to, like, instead of giving LaMelo and Miles Bridges the ball and allowing them to make all their mistakes, they should. They have Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier, handicapping them, babysitting their shots. That's not going to work.
That's
You might as well just bottom out.
That's why I said he wants them to, be the guys to lead the team, Terry Rozier and Gordon Hayward. It's not much about
Gordon Hayward. They don't want Gordon Hayward to run the team. They proved that last season. Gordon Hayward they're trying to get him. He's done. Like his contract. Once his contract is over, he ain't getting re-signed. He's just riding out that little bit of money. And in all fairness, they got rid of their coach. So you know what I mean. Like this coach that just came in, he's not responsible for the player rotations and stuff like that. So you got to see what this dude's gonna do.
But Mitch Kupchak is.
Well,
And you still paid Gordon Hayward that money, so you have to feature him.
I mean, they don't have to feature him.
Like I don't. Well,
I mean, they don't have to, but technically,
Michael Jordan isn't gonna do to Gordon Hayward what Houston did to John Wall and tell him, yo, just go home. Like,
The only reason they would play Hayward is if they're trying to, make him look good to package him up and get him out of town. Because isn't this like Gordon Hayward's last year in his contract anyway?
No.
No, he got 2 years.
Yeah,
but he's out of here because he really got that money because before he got his leg broken in Boston, he had all of that potential and that height. But you know what I mean? He hasn't come back. And Gordon Hayward's a good player, to be honest with you, but I think they'll probably be buying him out soon.
No, they're not going to do that. They still owe Batum money. And then if what's the name don't agree to waive his trade kicker or whatever it is, they're going to have to pay that out too. So it's, I think, 32, 31 a season plus whatever, in the contract. That's a lot of money.
Well, I mean, this has happened before in sports. Flight is a Knicks fan, so Flight remembers all of the money that they had in the books for Allen Houston.
Big orange and blue.
Yep. So you remember how...
So you're not a Knicks fan?
Allen Houston. I'm from New York, but never was a fan of the Knicks. Shout out to Big L. Nah, but I like the Knicks. I like the Knicks as far as the spirit. I like the fans. You know what I mean? And I know about the Knicks too. But what I'm saying, Flight, is that remember Allen Houston got paid all of that money. It was on the books. But you know what I mean? It was over, right? So sometimes those situations happen. I don't see them featuring Gordon Hayward anymore. Gordon Hayward has done the most he's done with them. Of course, you never know. Things I could be wrong, but from what I saw last season, it looks like he's on his way out. He's fading to black over there.
I think Michael Jordan is no different than the Cowboys owner.
Well, he's different than the Cowboys owner. The Cowboys owner at least has done some stuff over the course of time. And
at least the Cowboys owner is paying some money. Jordan ain't trying to dip in no luxury tax. He ain't trying to do none of that. He ain't trying. Like, if you ain't trying to pay the assistance of a course you choose to be the future of your organization, assistance, the money that he asks for. Like what happened if he do start winning and you got to pay him an extension, and now he want his assistant to stay, not like Jordan. I don't know, man, and I don't like the trajectory for LaMelo because it's like now you about to go in this situation where as you going up in the league, they gonna fire Clifford at some point, hire somebody else. If that don't work, they gonna fire him. And now Melo when he gets a certain age in the league, they're gonna start saying, well, Melo gotta make the playoffs, he gotta win a chip, he gotta do this, he gotta make another step. But we ain't looking at he going through coaches every year, like every other year is a new coach, or the organization ain't got no
stability
no going there. Like that's crazy. And now I said that's why, like, I know requesting a trade on a rookie contract might be something they look down upon as far as owners, but man, for the sake of his career, like That shit can
Thank
get
you, no panic.
ugly fast.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying, bro. Because it's very clear they don't know what the hell they doing.
Yeah.
No, this is a disgrace, man.
Like, what the offense gonna look like? Was he giving y'all input on who to draft? Like,
Yep, that's why they didn't have a coach. I already knew that. Like when we kept waiting on them to say that they hired a coach, even if it wasn't gonna be D'Antoni, Mitch had an idea who he wanted to take to be on this team.
I also think this is a cheap option because when we got to remember James Borrego money's still on the books.
Yep.
So you still got to pay James Borrego. Oh man,
they give that boy extension just to owe him.
Yup, exactly. And instead of fixing the problem, you just gonna put it off another year.
So do we really think, like, let's say they pay Rozier? I mean, not Rozier, Bridges. Do y'all really think they'll start him because he'll be making more money than
Bridges ain't getting that money?
Do I think he'll start him? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Y'all really think Bridges about to get that money? Y'all think he worth that?
I don't think he's worth it.
187 million. He's talking roughly 200
Hey,
million right now.
that's
He
the
ain't
new
getting that.
NBA now. That's the new NBA. That's new NBA, new
But
money.
Quiz,
Like,
we got to remember, I don't think a lot of people are worth it, and they still get paid, so it don't matter.
That's a fact. And
ain't about what
So
you
it don't
worth,
even
how much
matter.
they can get
you
you
got
at.
the league littered with people who ain't worth it right now. Let's
Exactly.
be real. I mean, crazy.
Signing max contracts, bro, like they're nothing.
The Nets
Just because you can average 20, that's weird.
The league gonna pick up.
Yeah, like if the Knicks want Miles Bridges right now, they'll damn near give him the max just for Charlotte not to sign him back.
Yeah.
The Knicks would be a good team to go get him too, Flight, to be honest with
But no, see, the Knicks need a point guard if they're gonna be doing all that.
Man, who knows what the Knicks are up to? Flight, how'd you feel about the Knicks in the draft? I'm sorry, I don't mean to bring you through depression.
You didn't see what we put out earlier today.
I don't mean to bring up depression to you. You know what I mean?
Did anybody click on that video?
I did.
Oh, what the hell did you hear?
Right here. Let me pull this part up, like, because I actually have it still in his app.
Right. I mean, that shit was crazy, man.
You know what? To put in the background music, Flight, you needed to play a Negro spiritual, like
wow.
Negro, sweet child.
Nah, the Knicks. I mean, like I said, man, you could definitely get my insight on that we put out earlier today. Y'all go check that out. It was crazy. You know,
I know Flight isn't happy with the return. Like,
no, I'm not.
I know for a fact he.
You know what the problem is? Like,
it's an extremely nonchalant Flight for you to say those picks ain't nothing. But
Flight. Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem.
So, you know what? I want to hear this. Go ahead.
And this is the reason why, you know what I mean? Like, I empathize.
I want you to tell me what the problem is.
It's part of the reason why I could never be a Knicks fan. It's torturous every year. Like, here's the problem, and tell me if I'm wrong, Flight. Like, you saw what they did in the draft, right? And I guarantee you that you're absolutely clueless about what the hell the Knicks are trying to do. You guys are talking about the Hornets. The Knicks are more clueless than anybody. Do you have any idea what the Knicks?
The Hornets are a little bit more further along in their development, than the Knicks are. So you're right. They actually have an all-star, a legitimate all-star, a bona fide, not legitimate, a bona fide. The Knicks don't have that.
The Hornets got a couple pieces over there that are worth something. You know what I mean? At least they made the decision. Hey, we got a young core here. We're trying to build some young players around.
Man, listen. No, wait a second. Let's pump the brakes. When they drafted LaMelo Ball, that's when they had all this old shit, all this epiphanies and all this old good shit. Let's slow down.
Facts.
Let's stop acting like they had it all going on.
Hold on, they had Kemba Walker before then, and they look clueless like the Knicks at that point, right?
I guess.
Yeah, well, you see how it worked out for Kemba, right?
Yeah, I'm happy they got rid of Kemba. His ass had to go. I mean, I'm sorry.
Hey, and you know the crazy thing about how bad he look on the Knicks? Think about it now. Like, just really think about it. there's nobody of value that you would trade for Miles Bridges on the Knicks. We couldn't say that like a couple of years ago, because we would have clearly been like, oh no, Julius Randle. I'll trade Julius Randle for Miles Bridges. Yeah, like Julius Randle good, but like Julius Randle ain't even worth it. I wouldn't even be a straight up trade. Like Knicks don't got nothing to offer.
Nah. I think look, Julius Randle is better than Miles Bridges. Let's be real. That's not even debatable.
Yeah, see, it's tricky because it's gonna sound crazy for me to say it. It sounds like they're talking up two sides of the mouth. He is a better player, but I think Miles Bridges value more.
Because Miles Bridges has upside, and Julius Randle, man, he's going as high as he gonna go.
Right. So that's why he's saying. So right now, it wouldn't sound crazy for somebody to say I value Miles Bridges more than I value Julius Randle. So if I trade Miles Bridges to Knicks, I want more than just Randle.
No, I get what you're saying, but I mean, if the Knicks is gonna give up Julius Randle, man, you got to throw something else with Miles Bridges, because Julius Randle's at least an all-star.
See, I looking at how the both teams will aim up once the trade happens. Randle with the Hornets, I don't think he moved the needle for the Hornets. I don't think.
No. Listen, he'll be fit much better in Charlotte than New York.
I don't think so. I think the type of game he want to play, he can't play that next to Melo.
Listen, let me tell you this: when the Hornets played that playing game,
yeah.
If they would have had if at that particular time the Knicks would have had Miles Bridges and the Hornets would have had Julius Randle, the Hornets would have been way better off than what they was, especially the way they lost. Because at least you know Julius Randle could score. You at least know that much.
Yeah, but I mean, Miles Bridges been giving you some buckets too. I mean, I can't say what's going wrong.
What bucket he gave you in that playing game? What do you have like?
Yeah, that was. I can't say about the playing game, but
they played terrible.
I mean, what Julius Randle really be giving you is like one side of the court. The 3-ball ain't been there last year. I mean, like, what he really giving you, like, defensively, like, he ain't a rim protector. He ain't this elite. Like, he can switch a couple of positions, but I mean, I don't know. I just don't look at his game as fitting next to Melo.
The big problem that Julius Randle has is I think that he's too ball dominant. I think he tries to do too much with the basketball. He be trying to dribble a full court, and he just be trying to do too much sometimes. And his issue is different.
He be on his Fizdale shit.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Like Julius Randle's issue is a little bit different. Flight, you saw them in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm about to get down. Don't worry. We're gonna deal with Julius later, though. But keep going.
Yeah, no, because a couple of years ago when Julius,
we gotta do him like we did Kemba. We might have to send his ass to Detroit.
Well, you could get something back, but you could get something back for Julius at least. You know what I mean? I mean,
sure.
An all-star. He has some value in the NBA. You know what I mean? Like he's actually.
Yeah, but these teams gonna try to play with us because they know we don't need them. We don't want them. So they're gonna try to act like, you know what, we're gonna give you nothing. We're gonna give you somebody off the bench in the second round pick. That's how they're gonna try to do us.
Exactly.
Damn.
Anyway, Julius Randle is that he.
But Julius Randle will be good as a third option. He'd be dominant.
He can't be your best player. That's the only problem with Julius Randle.
He'll be perfect in Charlotte with LaMelo and Miles. Oh man, he'll be in a whole different role. Because he won't in New York, he's the guy. They go.
But now see Miles or meeting.
I mean, even with him and Melo, I think they'd be good because Terry Rozier is still a good player.
I think if you package Rozier and Gordon Hayward and probably a pick, one of them picks they pick from the second round, I think you can get Julius out of there. I don't see Nick seeing no Rozier, Gordon Hayward, and a couple of second round picks.
I think you giving up too much.
Yeah, I agree. That's too much, but at the same time, like you taking on Hayward contract for 2 more years and Rozier for another 2-3 more years.
4 years.
4 years.
But Rozier is good though. That's what I'm saying. Rozier is not looked at as a bad contract. He's pretty much a plus. He's a 20-point per game scorer. He makes about $20 million a year. Not bad.
Yeah, but I see if he come off the bench, perfect. Because I feel like with next to Melo, you got to put somebody, a defender. Like you can't put another scorer next to him. You can't put a smaller player next to him. You got to put somebody in there who can give you a little 3-and-D-ish. Also, maybe get a bucket here and there. But like his main job on there is he's shutting down the other scorers. Let Melo break down something defense.
So can I ask y'all a question? Why don't y'all think the Lakers took that deal with him and Gordon Hayward and Terry Rozier for Russ? Why don't you think they took it?
I could tell you the Lakers are actually trying to keep their free agency open. They, I believe next season, the only contract they have on the books is Anthony Davis.
I
And
mean,
after that, we have about an entire, yeah, we have nobody. So we have, 260 or however much cap space available. That's what we have. By us taking Terry Rozier 4 years and Gordon Hayward 2 years, we upset that plan. We've had that plan for years now. That's exactly why we got Russ. We got Russ because his contract ends the same year I think LeBron's does. So it doesn't upset our long term plans.
I agree, definitely. I didn't expect. I just felt like I know Russ is over
I'm
the
just
hill.
confused. You wanted Russ over there?
No, I didn't.
No,
But I'm
no,
saying,
homegirl. She's a Hornets fan. She said
No,
that. Why did they take that? You wanted Russ? You want
no. Here's what I'm getting at.
you want Russ over
People,
Terry
I
Rozier?
know Russell, played bad last season and stuff like that. I'm just saying, like, he's made multiple All-Star games. He's a former MVP, and to get back in return a Terry Rozier and a Gordon Hayward, that to me isn't worth it. I feel like they could have got a better deal if they did want to trade him and stuff like that. They could have got something better.
I don't know.
for Russ,
Russell's
you
Yeah,
value is
say?
in the toilet right now, and he's getting 47 million this year. Like nobody really wants to take on that. The only thing that would have been was a cash move for the most part. And I don't think that you want to have Russell on the Hornets in a situation where you have to play him and you need to play him next to LaMelo. That would probably be disastrous.
I mean, then again, he's on the last year of his contract.
Right. That's the only
So,
good thing about the Russ situation.
but
That's
that's
the
the
good thing
thing,
about
Michael.
that.
Yeah, Michael Jordan could do what they Houston did to John Wall, but it's really if it's up to him and if he wants to do it.
he's not gonna
You
do
could,
that.
yeah.
He's not gonna do that.
Like if anything, what you would do is hold Russell Westbrook the entire season and tell him do not approach me with a trade unless it's other expiring deals. That's it. If it's young players like young plug and play players or role players that I can plug and play into my system, then cool. But for this season we're playing without Russ. And that's it. Like if not, if you don't get a trade, then Russ sits out the whole season. That's what I'd do.
He don't want to do that. He want to play, and I appreciate that about him.
Or they could have tried to facilitate a three-way trade, get another team involved in it, and just facilitate that trade to get Russ somewhere else, and then brings somebody else over there, being that they don't want him. I mean, stuff like that happens in the NBA too.
That's true. It's the same reason why John Wall on the bench.
Yep.
I already knew he wasn't gonna agree to a buyout because
Rico, is it
What
just
up?
me, or is this like I think this is the most I've ever seen in my entire life watching the NBA. There are a lot of dudes out there who are making money that way exceeds their actual value in the NBA. Am I just making this up? Am I hallucinating, or are you feeling the same way, bro?
Oh no, it's happening and it's continuing to happen now that the league the cap keeps increasing. You remember it started around the time when well everybody got put on notice around the time Timofey Mozgov got that contract.
Yep.
And everybody was like, well, that's what the market dictates.
Yep.
And that's and it's kept on going. The market dictates, you know, if 20 points equals $30 million apparently. But we're in this all time great skillful league where everybody can score. But
Yeah.
you gotta pay 30 million for a guy who could score 20. Like
And that's why, like, just like in football, the receivers in the skill position, they get more money as time going on because they become more necessary. And the running backs, they scale them down to where they barely making nothing. Now in the NBA, you see the same thing with big men. It's like we're not going to pay a traditional center top money, no matter how good he rebound, no matter how whatever you need to do, all type of crazy elite stuff in different areas now.
Unless you Joel Embiid or Jokic.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I just think it's crazy that you have multiple score averaging 20. Honestly, I don't think is that. I'm not gonna say that hard in the NBA, but it's not that rare. Like if I could give plenty of players that those opportunities, and I think way more players would actually average 20. 20 points per game.
Yeah, because
But
everybody ain't getting 20-something attempts a game to get to that point.
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Why are you paying, damn near a max contract for something damn near everybody in the league could do? I don't get it. It got to be something more than averaging 20, 25 points to get you $30 million, bro. That's quiz to answer your question. That's what I think what it is that scoring outburst everybody's looking at. I think is overrated somewhat.
It is overrated because a lot of these guys, like you have some of these guys scoring meaningless minutes. You got a lot of stat padding going on out there, and there's only but so many really quality big men in the league anyway. You know what I mean? So dudes like, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Would y'all agree with this that it's like Joel Embiid and Jokic at the top, and then everybody else, where they got so good that that they, how can I say it, that no matter like if a Miles Turner leads the lead in blocks overall, Joel Embiid and Jokic are just Scott, way above them.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Like their offensive versatility, it makes up for the gaps of if someone's a better rebounder, shot blocker, then yeah.
That's true.
Shout out Thunder, Josh Jackson, and everybody in the chat. We got breaking news in the NBA. The Charlotte Hornets have themselves a new coach, and his name is Steve Clifford. It's a tragedy.
Hopefully, I'm hoping that just it blows over and everything goes well. No drama or nothing. But I have a feeling.
Yeah.
Keep hope alive, Charlotte fans. Keep hope alive. I'm not a Hornets fan, of course, but I'm still optimistic that the Hornets have some spicy players that have some attitude. I like the attitude of LaMelo. I like the attitude of Scary Terry. I like the attitude of Miles Bridges. And I think that they played hard in a lot of games that I thought that they were probably outmatched. I think they did a little bit better than I expected them to do last year. If those guys come out and stay focused on improving their game, I think they'll be, all right. Of course, the East is very competitive right now. So teams like the Cleveland Cavaliers teams in the East ain't no joke. I hate to break it to people. They got some teams in the East that ain't no joke. You talked about that Hawks team. That Hawk team is scary because you got a dude in Trae Young. Trae Young is one of these dudes who goes on tears. You know what I mean? He's shown that he's shown that he's one of those dudes. So
he'll never win a chip.
They might not have everything, but he'll win enough games to get himself.
I think it's nice to see that even the majority of the teams that are rebuilding, they're so stacked on young talent. It's not, we're gonna see a lot of like all-star rosters, somewhat like a team with two super teams, for example. We'll see a super team here or there, but it won't be so out of whack. Like even OKC, for example, they have 3 young stars. They're going to be fun to watch. The only teams I could, even Sacramento, they have De'Aaron Fox out there. Like
I was gonna say too. Would y'all agree with me with some of the improvements as far as that LaMelo needs to make? As far as those floaters, I don't mind him taking them, but I'd rather him pull up to shoot a jump shot and not rely on his 3-point shot as much. Do y'all agree with that?
The reason why I don't is because some fact that's part of his game. That's part of him playing freely. Like that's his natural state.
Fact.
So I wouldn't mess with that.
Yeah.
And Floaters are prevalent right now. I mean, like, look, Steph Curry hits floaters.
But it's where he's hitting from, though. Like, he's not even really close to the basket, and he's doing those.
He shoots them from around the free throw line.
Listen, if you really want to know the truth, like, I actually think that LaMelo just needs a little bit more discipline to his game. And it's a growing pains of a young player. I expect them to get a little bit better. I would have liked the Hornets to actually have, but I don't know this dude. So I would like for them to have a coach. I think that, when you have young players like that, they actually need leadership from their coaching. I'm not sure if this dude is that dude or whatever, but we'll see. But as long as LaMelo's committed to playing, because it was so crazy. Just before the playing game, he had one of these games that, like, I was like, all right, that's the Melo I was trying to see. And then he, completely fell off when he got to the playing or whatever, you know what I mean? But hopefully he just builds on his game and works on just, being disciplined. Some of the greatest scorers in the league and playmakers in the league, you know what I mean? Like they actually have worked on, their mechanics. You know what I mean? Work on your mechanics on certain things. Melo has a very unorthodox jump shot anyway. So sometimes he's a bit inconsistent with that three, but that's the way he shoots. And then as far as like his ability to penetrate, he seems to be able to be able to get around people, and that floater is definitely part of his bag. You know what I mean? But he just probably just needs to play a little bit more basketball and just work on his mechanics and just be a little bit more disciplined. And I think that he'll be just fine. I think that he'll legitimately be as good as he was last year at the very least next season. Hopefully a little bit better.
I think they honestly need a better rim runner, because that's really what the floater telegraphs is. You can't tell whether he's shooting the ball or throwing a lob.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got Mason Plumlee down there, they defenses could pretty much read it. Oh yeah, he's shooting that. Let me box him out.
Right.
But if you got someone else, like an active big man, let's just say for example Clint Capella, like. You don't know whether that ball's going to Clint or whether he's shooting himself. He might, like you said, he might have to work on his mid-range just to pull up a 15-foot jumper. But at least you give him options. You know what I mean?
What I'm saying. I want to see, like, he still take those threes. I just want him to take more mid-range shots. And, not if he's not at the free throw line or at the rim, don't use the floater, because he didn't just take those floaters from the free throw line. I've seen several games last season where he would hop up on one leg and shoot a floater from close, not close to the 3-point line, but
He had something back there though.
Yeah.
Like, it's good that you made it, because he did make a couple of them, but I'm like, I hate that he does that. Like, just pull up and shoot.
I think it might be a side effect of him. I want to say maybe a late growth spurt.
Yeah,
he has an unorthodox game. Like, let's be real, he has a very unorthodox game. That doesn't mean that his floater is terrible. As a professional, you can practice that shot. You know what I mean?
We understand it's he's shooting it well, but we're just saying, in order to add to it being more effective, a mid-range shot would help.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I think he shoots it so much because he was so used to being shorter on the court, and he played bigger people all the time.
Here, let me
even for him to be 6'7" now, he played below the rim.
Listen, let me share something with you, because that's a big point. Now, this is what I want to tell you guys. Take a look at LaMelo's shot. Period. LaMelo does not get a bunch of lift in his shot.
No.
And when he's playing against, certain players, like playing against the Cavs, man, that mid range probably really won't be there because he doesn't get off the ground. Like, if you look at his jump shot, or look at, somebody like Kawhi Leonard, or old school Michael Jordan, those guys get up. LaMelo doesn't have a whole bunch of lift in his shot. That's why I'm saying I think he needs to continue working on his mechanics, because his game is very unorthodox. Even the threes, when you see him shoot, it's practically flat-footed.
He shoots with his core. That's why you never notice that.
Right.
He shoots like he's still undersized. He shoots with his core. All kids do that. When you're young and you first start shooting a basketball, you shoot more with your body, with your core, than your legs, because you don't have that much strength in your body.
And that's
so you gotta chuck the whole ball. But that's how he built his jump shot. He shoots.
But this is how you'll know if a person's working, because like you just pointed out, Rico, like all of that, natural talent stuff is cool, but to be successful and incredibly successful takes a lot of discipline. So we just need to continue shooting, continue working with this coaches on, you know what I mean? And like I'll give you a perfect example. Like just this year alone, we saw Giannis come in. He was a much improved free throw shooter. That's from work. That wasn't just from him, that was from him actually literally focus on that point. You know what I mean? Melo can work on his, and I think that you're right. He could have a better mid-range shot. He definitely could have one. But, this all ties into what I initially said. I don't think he has really good mechanics at this point. And hopefully he works on this sort of stuff. He's a professional, so I'm sure he's willing to work hard. As long as he's willing to do that, he should get better.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. What improvements do y'all think Terry Rozier needs to make to his game, if any?
Get taller.
Nah, that can't happen.
I think no panic is actually right. And like in terms of Terry Rozier, a lot of players we may not recognize it. Maybe because LeBron James, he's gotten better for so long. But a lot of these players, they turn into finished products. Around 26, around this age, bro. So like Terry Rozier might be a finished product where he is what he is for the next 4 to 5 years, and then he starts declining. And I think he's not a bad player. He's decent. He won't be an all-star. Yeah, exactly. He won't be an all-star, but like you said, a perfect 6-man. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a very good player.
Terry is streaky. So for him, if he could just be a little bit more consistent, but he's been struggling with that pretty much since he's been in the league. Now, when Terry is hot, he's good. He's real good when he's hot. Right. But when he's cold, boy, I'm telling you, it look real ugly when he's cold.
That sounds like a 6-man.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like J.R. Smith.
A lot of even the greats, they used to be just saying way, just streaky shooters.
Yeah, Jamal Crawford.
It says I'm hoping that they figure out something when they come to him. I just hate when he becomes streaky. We already talked about Gordon. What about PJ? What do y'all think he needs to do?
I think they stunting PJ's growth by not playing him in the right position. But that's all.
Playing him in the pick and rolls. His mid range got to get together, so them pick and roll and them pick and pops at work. I think they is kind of playing. They ain't letting them develop. Just like you said, I don't think they're not doing the right steps for him to develop. It's like they kind of, like I said, they don't know what they're doing. So every year is a new year. Like they ain't no Miles Bridges gonna beat us. So now they just give up on trying to keep developing PJ and say, okay, we're gonna put the ball in Miles Bridges' hand more because he been catching a lot of dunks from Melo.
Exactly.
Yeah, I haven't watched enough PJ Washington. PJ was out for a little bit last season, the beginning of the season. So I didn't really get a chance to really analyze his game thoroughly. But he wasn't, what I did see of him, I wasn't like, I see that PJ has a jump shot every now and then. But I just haven't really been totally impressed with that kid's game. Hopefully he just works hard and gets a little bit better. They got a 7-footer over there now, so I'm interested to see how this all works out. Mind you, he's going to be a rookie or whatever, but hopefully they give him some minutes. Can't be any worse than Plumlee, trust me. Bumley, he needs to go to the bench.
They still got Montrezl Harrell.
Yeah, and I don't even know why they need him. To be honest with you, I didn't even get that.
Did he?
I think he got off the bench now. Scoring big off the bench, they can use that.
Montrez has always been the problem with Montrez is that a lot of teams try to play him at center, which is kind of cool, but he's hella undersized. He really needs to play power forward, but he's not a shooter, so he's not a stretch dude. The modern NBA is about stretch dudes.
You know why he been doing so good with the Clippers coming off the bench?
Yeah,
because you got to think about it. Like if a team actually do play like they centers and they traditional centers, like they play not Body do that. They play what's his name come from the Lakers?
Ivica Zubac. Yeah,
they play Zubac start, and most teams once they second unit come in around the same time Montrezl Harrell come in, you playing a bunch of small centers like small fives or whatnot. So he could have dominated the post. He didn't need to really construct his game until what they trying to run in the office because he will like get him into Montreal. Like he got the mismatch or he got the quickness, whatever the case may be. Like he got it right there. Like that's why he been averaging I want to say like 14 again, 14, 16 again. Mama come off the bench. And when he get
Listen,
to the Lakers, they try to start him at the 5. They try to move
hold
him to
on
the
a
4.
second. Listen, I'm gonna tell you another thing. When he played on the Clippers, and I mean, I'm gonna tell you, I remember fantasy that year. I ended up trading for Montrez for Bam, which was crazy. I created a crazy deal, a 2-for-2, where I took on Montrez because I mean I was loving his game. He was just a beast inside, but he had other things going on. That Reggie Jackson and Lou Williams were throwing him great pocket passes. And remember, they had a bunch of other offensive players, so it was like he's a very aggressive guy. I like him. Only thing with Montrez is, since the days of the Clippers, you can look, this dude is very undersized. He does not have a developed offensive game, really. You know what I mean? He's just kind of like an energy dude with putbacks. You know what I mean? And at least he plays some D or whatever. But I think he should be coming off the bench. You can't have him as a starter and be a serious team.
So did he handle his off the court situation? You know.
No, but I don't think he's gonna be nothing serious and he doing no jail time. He just gonna leave.
Well, I don't know. Montrez was always a hothead, so you know what I mean? I'm not surprised about that. Plus, he has a stigma with him about being a poor teammate in the locker room.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I think we talked about everybody on the team because I ain't really seen Big Mike play like that, so I can't say nothing about him.
They try to
Book
play
Knight been in and out
point guard.
he been in and out the G League, and whenever they call him up, he was out there getting benched after 2 minutes. Like, bro,
I like
they used to just call him to fill out the roster, bro. Nah.
They need to believe that. Listen, I like Book Knight, and every time I be on here, the Hornets fans, man, they tell me that dude is trash, and I'm like, I kind of like this dude, but hey, if he's not working out, man, just stop playing games, man. Bring up Jello. Y'all need some shooting on that team anyway. You know what I mean?
And then,
We'll bring Jello up there and let him shoot.
And I don't think it's that people think he trash. I just think he get a bad look to start off with. Like, say in the summer league, like if you don't got a point guard, you don't put a lottery pick in a position they ain't used to playing. I mean, you kind of do want to see what they gonna do, but like every time he go down to the G League, you realize he got him running point. Like he ain't developing this game if he running point every game, and that's just ain't who he gonna be. Like he in the vein of a rotational scorer. I don't look at him to be a defender. I don't look at him to be starting next to Melo. I don't think that's what he draft. I mean, they probably does knowing them. They don't know what they're doing, but I mean, I don't see him as a guard next to LaMelo in the starting lineup. I see him coming off the bench giving you points. But how you gonna do that when every time you do get run, you run in a point guard position in a lesser league?
And that's a big issue. I don't understand their logic. Like you could have traded for a point guard. I figured something else out. And I think that's when it comes to Terry, why I kind of get upset because I'm like, they clearly know they need a secondary guy that can be a playmaker. So we can explore things like playing LaMelo off ball a little bit, running some plays for him off ball and whatever, and getting him open to get his offense started, and whatever. That's the issue. And I think, and that's why they're forcing Book Knight, which I think is ridiculous to play point guard. I think I've never seen nothing like that at all. Like,
and that's why they bring in Ish Smith as a backup point guard. So when he do got to play backup minutes, he'll be playing next to a point guard like Ish Smith. But then Ish Smith ain't bring you the scoring that you would want off the bench. So now you got to turn to somebody like Isaiah Thomas, who give you scoring and I guess a leadership ability just by being a little older than most of the players. So you're like, they don't know what they're doing. They really don't know. Like, even when they signed Ish Smith, I'm mad at the move, but he been like, I mean, y'all could have get more of a traditional point guard if y'all won't damn do that. He ain't even a scoring guard.
Right.
I like Ish Smith also, honestly. I think that Ish Smith is a good backup point guard. He played well at certain points early in the season too. So I mean, you guys watch the Hornets more than me. So I trust you guys were probably a little bit than I do. But I thought that Ish Smith was all right. I liked him.
That's the problem I see is Book Knight still ain't been getting no run throughout the season. Y'all still ain't had no scoring punch off the off the bench. And on top of that, like, y'all had to go and get Isaiah Thomas. I've been hearing his name more than Ish Smith's name down the stretch. So that means he been outplaying them to a certain degree.
Well, I didn't hear anybody talk about Kelly Oubre.
I don't have nothing
because he underperformed. Like he had
But
a
Did he
one
couple.
really?
game, Kelly Oubre's all right. I like
Did
him.
he
One
really?
game, Kelly Oubre's all right. I like him.
Kelly
Yeah,
Oubre had a
I
good
like the game
season.
too.
He's just inconsistent.
He had
That's
a better season than he did with Golden State.
Listen. While you guys are
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
true.
Kelly Oubre didn't have a good game, take a look. In a playing game, none of them dudes had a good game. Let's be real.
No, it ain't even about the
They all
game
played
with
terrible.
Oubre. I just feel like Oubre got a lot of talent inside. I remember when he been with Phoenix, you couldn't tell me he ain't gonna be next up. Maybe not a superstar, maybe not a star, but at least a number 2 or number 3 in the team on a good team. But like
Yes.
with Charlotte is like, okay, either you're gonna be a catch and shoot player or you're gonna be a playmaking guard.
You know what I think about him? No Panic. I think Kelly Oubre is like he's J.R. Smith. He's Lance Stevenson. He's one of those
Right.
players who will light you up in like a gym setting, but his game doesn't really translate 100% on the NBA court.
Yeah,
But
because sometimes
that's what I.
sometimes he just either does some dumb stuff or just doesn't perform. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I'm saying. But then there's some games he has where he looks like
yeah,
damn, you out
They're
there
like one game he
balling,
has like
bro.
9
facts.
threes
He
or
has
something like
games
that,
where
isn't
he
it?
be looking like the truth for real.
Exactly. And then there's other games that's like, damn, he just getting cardio.
But I think they got a
Right.
bunch of players like that on that team. To be honest with you, recap him, Terry Rozier, Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges showed me that because I thought that Miles was ready, and then he got to the play, and I was like, "Oh, Miles, you are not ready, bro. You are
Nah.
not ready. You are not ready. You can't perform like that." You know what I mean? But some players do that stuff. Hey, and let's keep it real, man. Sometimes this stuff happens even to the best of them. Look at how Jason Tatum finished in the finals. Like Game 6 was terrible for that dude.
Mm-hmm.
13
But I've always said
half like that was one of those. Wow, what happened to your game, bro? Like the stuff we talking about, we see with Kelly Oubre.
But to Jason Tatum's defense a little bit, I've always said Jason Tatum has the potential to be really, really great, but he is so inconsistent. He don't put stretches together of really good games. Like he'll give you a good 2 games and then be bad.
Right. He has the size. Listen, and I like what you're saying because Tatum has the size. He even has like a little bit of the handling. I really think that he's a legitimate number 1. But there are times when it's like the light bulb just doesn't click, and then the turnovers, man.
The AD effect.
He forget
But
he's
it's
16
the
sometimes.
AD effect. I'm telling you.
You know what? Another thing about you know what Jason Tatum needs to work on though in the off season. I don't know how you work on this, but his ability, his finishing ability, it lacks a lot to be desired.
Yeah,
and Jaylen Brown is light years ahead of him as far as finishing at the rim. I'll be completely honest with you.
Right.
Jaylen Brown is a really good to great finisher at the rim, and Jason Tatum is okay at best. Some of the moves he chooses to use sometimes are just like really kind of lame. Yeah, finesse but lame. You know what I mean? Like he needs to work on that. Like, you know what I mean? If he works on being a little bit better at like closing around the rim. For example, like you guys saw Russell Westbrook this year, right? Russell Westbrook was terrible at the rim. I mean, he was the worst I've ever seen of him at the rim. People could say he played as good as he played every other year. He was terrible at finishing at the rim this year for the Lakers. And I think that usually has to do with, we've all played basketball here, I'm pretty sure. That has to do with concentration, to be quite honest with you. That has to do with focus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. But like with Bridges, my only issue with him is he's clearly not really a good 3-point shooter at all. So like just continue to kind of, when the space is available, putting your head down, getting to the rim and stuff like that. He's never, to me, gonna be able to really be a lethal 3-point shooter.
I don't even want that dude shooting threes. Who wants to see Bridges shooting threes?
And I think that's the issue. To me, that's why he's not worth the max, because I want him to be a better 3-point shooter, a better initiator, and stuff. For setting other players up on the team. Because like I said, they desperately need that second ball handler and that initiator on that team.
And that's the reason why the Hornets don't want to play Miles Bridges, because they understand from last year to this year, they increase his touches and his actual responsibility to the offense. So when you see this uptick in points, it look like, damn, he gonna be that dude. But the Hornets know, like, well, we've been giving you a certain amount of shots and a certain amount of plays. Like, you remember producing the same, like.
Listen, I'll be honest with you. See, this is the thing, right? I'm a little bit torn in between certain things. Like, I know we all want to see LaMelo, be great. I know that. I think that Miles Bridges had a really great season, but that playing game was very telling to me. These dudes themselves need to work harder on their game because regular season games are all right, but the further that you go, the more intensity is there, and these are young players. So I think they need. I think that they need. I don't know anything about this coach, but I think that they need strong leadership in the coaching position. Period. A dude who knows what he's doing, what he's trying to do, and can talk to these dudes and let them know when it ain't it. To be honest with you, I don't think that they need somebody just to say, "Hey, go do whatever you want to do." I think they need, one of these younger coaches who knows what they're doing. You know what I mean? To come out there. I mean, I'm surprised that the Charlotte Hornets didn't go after somebody like maybe even like a Mike Brown or somebody like that.
I think he got a job, didn't he?
Well, I mean, he's an assistant coach.
Yeah.
For the Warriors, right?
Yeah.
He got a coaching job in Sacramento.
See, I knew it. He just got a job.
Well, they should have got him instead of Sacramento. They should have gone hard after him. Listen, there's a bunch of dudes in the NBA like that. They don't even have to have a huge name, but there's a bunch of young coaches, and former basketball players who are looking for these opportunities.
I like Earl Watson, to be honest, the old coach from Phoenix.
Yeah, and he was a professional.
Yeah, exactly. I think he'd be a good coach for the Charlotte Hornets.
Just a dude who's played in the league who knows what it's about. Because I think that they need leader. Like you have a young team. I'm not in agreement. There's a lot of people who say, "Hey, let Melo do whatever he wants to do," but really, they need leadership. He needs leadership. You know what I mean? Like the way that they played in the play-in, I don't think that was an anomaly. Those guys didn't play good, and it takes a while to learn how to win as a professional.
But to your point, it was like that all season. I was frustrated like all season long when I seen periods where I felt like the plays would, get broken up or, however the basketball terminology works. And they didn't know what to do. So you had one pass, and then that one pass, that person was shooting the ball. It wasn't no resetting the offense or nothing like that. They just looked out of control.
Right. And sometimes that works good for them because sometimes I've seen them lighting people up and making these tremendous comebacks just off of their talent, but they kind of lack discipline, and they need leadership. I don't know what to say, but that's just my take. And I think that it takes a while to learn how to win as a professional, and you need somebody to hold these young guys accountable, in my opinion.
And it's just like you said, we'll see. But like the Hornets, man, just do the right thing. I can't say nothing about JT Thor either because again, I haven't, seen him. I know he got brought up and he played like a couple of games, but he's a
JT Thor. He's like a project. They think of him like a Bol, a Kevin Durant type build.
Oh my goodness! Did you see Basil in the comments section with the Steve Clifford record? What kind of record is that?
What?
Where's that record come from? This guy wasn't head coach, was he?
Yeah, Basil.
292 wins to 345 losses. Is that real, Basil, or are you trolling right now?
Sure. If you coach a team that MJ owns, that sound about right.
Yeah.
Listen, man.
Like every single coach who's ever worked for the Charlotte Hornets.
Listen, man. If that's the case, I'd rather see Michael Jordan come down and coach himself. Like,
I just like
for real. You know what I mean? I'm like, hey, Mike, just come down and coach yourself. Fuck it. That's crazy. That record can't be real. You guys are capping.
When do y'all know when free agency starts?
I think in October or something, right?
Yep. No, can't be. Because free agency starts in I think a couple weeks, right?
Oh, maybe I'm thinking about when free agency. There's a couple of deadlines in the NBA.
Yeah.
When players become unrestricted and stuff like that. I'm not familiar with all the deadlines in the NBA.
And I just like to say this year, hopefully don't nobody get in trouble for tampering. Because Jesus, that's embarrassing.
Facts. But it's been wild, man. It's been crazy. It's been wild news, man. Salute to everybody in the chat. I see everybody active. It's a lot going on in the basketball world.
Hey, did you guys hear about Philly?
What about
Philly making moves over there low key.
that? They are.
Yeah, Philly got they just got finished acquiring. They traded somebody and got somebody over there. I know that they're looking at PJ Tucker right now.
They traded Danny Green.
Yeah, they got rid of Danny Green and they got somebody else over there. Somebody decent too. One of these 3-and-D dudes. And right now they're looking at PJ Tucker and Eric Gordon.
Yeah. Why? And they got Maxey and Harden or scoring off the bench.
Yeah, they're trying to deepen up. Remember that they got somebody else over there, man, that's good too. They got somebody decent just now. I think the Sixers are trying to increase their depth, and they're trying to win. They look like they're in let's make our team better now mode. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to put some pieces over there. I wish I could remember. I just literally right before I came on here, I was looking at the information about who Philly picked up. Somebody decent too.
Let me find my phone. Do you know who said something about it?
Nah, but if you just go and look at Philly news, you should see it. I verified it on Google. Hold on, let me
What'd you say, Quez? Quez says something. Salute to everybody in the chat, y'all. That's rolling in here, man. We got breaking news in the NBA. There's some crazy shit going on, man. We got a new coach out here in Charlotte, and his name is what's the guy's name? Steve Clifford. So it's just a tragedy out here, man.
check it out. They got
DeAnthony
Milton.
Melton.
They got DeAndre Milton.
DeAnthony Melton.
DeAnthony Milton.
Yeah.
That kid is aight.
Yeah. So who gonna be they starting 3 next season?
Who knows?
Because I know Danny Green got traded. And Matisse Thybulle is too small to play the 3. So
Matisse Thybulle has, he lacks some things, but it looks like so they got DeAnthony Melton. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with him. He's on the Grizzlies, if I'm correct. He came from the Grizzlies.
he came from the Knicks. I just want to put that out.
Yeah, he's a young player. He can definitely score, and he plays D. But he's a young dude, and he had a decent season coming into. He just came off of a decent season coming off the bench for them. Now they're looking at PJ Tucker is the next dude that they're eyeballing getting over there. And they got rid of Danny Green. He's legitimately a dude who could easily replace him. His value is up because he's now proven his worth in this league as a champion and a team on a championship caliber team in the Heat. So that he could hit that outside shot. He's a defensive specialist, which will fit really well with them. So look out, because Philly is Philly. The talks in Philly right now are buzzing around that Milton pickup with PJ Tucker on the horizon.
Yeah.
And Eric Gordon to add to their depth for the point guard position, because that Harden.
Eric Gordon not in. Hold on. Which one is in Houston?
The Eric Gordon from Houston, the old dude.
Okay, that's him.
The 6'2" shooting guard, small forward.
Yes, sir. Who I think will play well with who's played with James Harden before. Remember, he's played with James Harden before.
I know, but why? That's an awfully small lineup, and
he's just a role player to come in and space the floor for
right.
Joel Embiid.
they're not like looking for Eric. They're not looking for Eric Gordon to come in. He's probably not going to be a starter. He's probably going to be more like a 6th or 7th man, a dude to come in and spell to free up space. You know, Maxey just got finished, but Maxey isn't a good defender.
Yeah, I agree.
And that you got to remember, Eric Gordon is coming off an injury, so they're not going to thrust him into a huge role. They're just going to use him for some spotty minutes, maybe 8 to 12 here and there.
And because I think a lot of that reason is also because he's a reliable, you know what you're getting from him as far as his ability to score. So these dudes that they brought in between him and DeAnthony Melton, you know these guys can score. Remember that with James Harden, you know, his scoring was a little bit down in the postseason. So they're just going to be adding, it looks like the moves that they're trying to make are just trying to add more depth, or overall depth, and, you know, retain their ability to knock down threes. All of those dudes knock down threes. But they look like they're just going to be a little bit better. I was talking about that because of the fact that, like, for the Hornets, these are teams that they got to look at. I mean, expect Philly to be around. You can definitely expect for the Celtics to be around. You could definitely expect, you know, that Chris Middleton's coming back, so the Bucks will be around. The Heat will be around. Like all of those teams, the Cavaliers, who didn't actually make the playoffs. Remember that they were banged up, so they'll probably be around next year. The Bulls will be around. We still have to see what's going on in Bulls Nation. We talk Bulls heavy here on Flight Sports. Shout out to all of the Sea Red crew, but they should be around. They should still be a pretty good team.
You forgot about the Knicks.
Well, I didn't mention the Knicks because the Knicks are in the caliber of teams that your Hornets could be better than.
Wow.
I mean, I think that the Hornets are, you know, no disrespect to the Knicks, but I think the Hornets are better than the Knicks right now. To be real with you.
I mean, they are. Oh, I forgot to tell y'all something. Did AJ Griffin get traded on draft night to another team, or he stayed with Atlanta?
Let me check for you.
Because if I'm not mistaken, I think he's still with all of that out, right?
To be honest with you, we about to get up out of here, man. We about to be on AB the Heroes live. AB the Hero about to shut it down with a massive live.
I bet.
All right, shout out
Clay.
to Flight Sports TV. Shout out to the panel in the chat.
Anybody know? Y'all know who AB the Hero is?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Everybody pull up the AB the Hero, man. We lit right now. It's Flight Sports TV, Triple B's.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.